again, because I might be tempted. Get me into these situations again, because I might be tempted. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want. Back in the day, complications never wore my patience. I was always ready to play, play, play. Why face the day in the sunshine in LA? We hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded, faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lights and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why. Where was mine? I couldn't find it, find it. But you're all I've got. You're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like a struggle to catch up. And I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. Time to walk away, trade my sunshine in for rain. Same old ways in a different place, but something's changing, changing. I wanted answers and direction. What I got was second guessing, hesitation, no sensation, just more questions. Nothing to blame for being stuck inside this frame of mind. If I can find my way, who I am, what I want, where I'm going, where I was, it's not up to you. I wish there was something you could do, but you're not me, so you can be my answers, because you're all I've got. And you're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like I struggle to catch up. But I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want. I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better.
How we doing, guys? Saturday night together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said.
My heart's unbreaking.
Let's go, radiant truth. You did a hair dye? Let's go. Because I finally found myself.
My heart's unbreaking.
You're radiant. Felony president.
I just wanna change the world, but
I don't want a felony president.
I don't ever want
Fucking Epstein rapist in the White House. It sucks that old orange bitch is sitting in the Oval Office.
Everyone's waiting
For the pine box. Dude, everyone's waiting. Dude, Trump smells like sweat socks. Everyone's waiting for the pine box. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they say. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Come on. Whoa. Come on! Hey! Oh, I can't pretend. No. I hope this never ever ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Let's go. Dude, let's go. Yo. Oh, shit, dude. Since you can't get the, yeah. See, it's like, I understand wanting to be an independent, but unless you have an open primary, I would register as a Democrat, so you at least have a voice in picking their candidate, right? Some states have open primary. But yeah, man, dude, the chaos. Yeah, that's a good tune. That is a good tune. That was like easily the best song of that band, number 3 breakdown, early 2000s. Now, dude, Trump did notch a little win today, guys. And you know who it was? It was in Louisiana. It was the Louisiana primary runoff, all right? And it was that crazy Julia Letlow, right? That insane, remember this woman? This woman is like wants to be Katie Britt really badly. She is an insane Bible-eyed freak, okay? And what's more, though, is I think there's a couple of things. Like, one is, I think she is like owned, so she'll do whatever Trump wants. So part of her thing is going to, if she wins, is going to be to try to, convince, get the Senate to jack the filibuster. But the other thing that I think she's going to do is I think she's going to like be a huge fan of like the data center and the fossil fuels. She is like a crazy fossil fuels person. Okay. And so, she won pretty big too. Okay. That is a pretty big fucking win right there. Right? That is wild. Okay? So, yeah. So, it's going to be interesting, right? And as you see, though, look at this. Look at the primary, 316,000 votes, and the Dem primary had 196,000. Like, I honestly don't think a Dem can win in that state. There's so much election fuckery in Louisiana, right? Because they have such a high population of black voters, and the state just fucking, they just, you know, voter suppression to the max. But dude, yeah, she is crazy. Okay? She is, dude. She is a nut, guys. Retlow. Oh, God. Dude, she just looks like, you know, like she will end you in your sleep. You know what I mean? She's got that look. She's got that Bible look, dude. Here she is. Let's see her.
I fully support nuking the filibuster to make sure that the SAVE Act, the most consequential piece of legislation that President Trump has said over and over again, Julia, I need you to go over to the Senate so we can get this through and signed onto my desk. I support nuking the filibuster. I fully support.
Yeah, but, you know, so does every other Louisiana fucking senator. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess Bill Cassidy's gonna be out, so maybe that's like, you know, whatever. I don't know that she's gonna change much with that. Dude, she's like a crazier fucking Katie Britt. Such a weirdo, dude. Oh my God, such a weirdo. Oh, here she is. Dude, it's just crazy to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you look at this room, okay, because this is obviously a Republican room and there's like one black dude. But like Louisiana, guys, if you've been there, Louisiana is like, it's like 40% black. There's a huge, vibrant, like black community in Louisiana. So what's crazy about this is to have a room anywhere in Louisiana where there's a couple hundred people in there and there's not like 30 or 40 like black folks is fucking like, you know, I mean, it's Louisiana, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you are hard pressed to go in any room there, you know, that is not like a, you know, a white supremacy sort of environment where, you know, you go into any room there, like you go to any restaurant, any store, and it's just very mixed racially. And then you go to any Republican event and there's like 400 white people and like one black dude, right? Oh, fuck. So brutal, you know? I mean, America, to me, dude, America is just like the American South is brutal like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a good segue, guys. Let's slide right in, shall we? All right, we're not going to spend too much time on this woman because she's an insane person. Okay, she is a crazy fucking like Bible-eyed weirdo. All right, here she is.
Hey, Louisiana, Julia Letlow here. We are wrapping up the campaign of a lifetime. It has been such an incredible experience to crisscross every corner of the state, to hear from all of you. Thank you for coming out, for pouring into me, to sharing your
pouring into me. Oh, they poured into you, did they, Julia? We were wondering why you were walking sort of bow-legged after the campaign.
concerns, your dreams, your hopes for Louisiana, and how I can go be a better champion for you up in DC.
Now, see, you know what's weird about this, guys? Let me just tell you. Here's what's weird about this. Is Julia Letlow's like, oh my God, the campaign of the century? But like, dude, this whole thing is just astroturfed, okay? Trump is a huge racist. The people in Louisiana will do whatever the fuck Trump wants, okay? The Louisiana governor is right inside Trump's pocket. Mike Johnson is from Louisiana. So the Louisiana white supremacy infrastructure is so connected to Trump right now because it's huge money for these guys. Okay, this state is pretty poor, but you know what's happening in Louisiana, guys? You know how many ICE detention camps are in Louisiana? And they're just sending people there and just funneling huge dollars of our taxpayer money. Mike Johnson is essentially just hitting a cash register of our taxpayer money. And in exchange, the state does whatever the fuck Trump wants, right? So this woman, she didn't win shit, okay? This woman was chosen by them to be Trump's, like, you do exactly as he says, period, or we'll end your career and we'll ruin your name, right? They'll do the fucking Kristi Noem. They'll release pictures of her husband, you know, having sex with a prostitute or some shit, right? Inevitably what's going on in their biblical family. But so she was picked and her entire campaign was generated by the Trump admin Heritage Foundation people to provide him a stable Louisiana and to have, you know, an inroad, hopefully, for them. They want to try and get the SAVE Act in the Senate. Okay. So she is like, oh my God, this is so revolutionary. And it's like, it's really not. You are a puppet. You are playing a character that in a show that was written for you. And like, she was always pretty much guaranteed to win, you know what I mean? Once Cassidy was deposed, she was done. But guys, make no mistake, okay? That's what all of this deportation shit is. Because they're not going to deport millions of people. They're not going to, like, change the ethnic makeup of America. But what they are doing is they have built camps in all of these red states. And those camps are just raking in money. They are just swallowing up our taxpayer money, dude. Like just chomping it. Okay? So all of these ICE camps are, you know, Texas, Louisiana, Florida. They are just, you know, draining taxpayer money, and the states are getting more money than they have ever gotten before, probably. Right? Yeah, it is gnarly. Dude, they have 9. That's insane. 9. I had no idea it was 9. I knew they had a couple of them, but 9 concentration camps. That is wild, guys. That is wild. That is the, you know, the basic theme of ICE. That's why they don't even care when they grab the wrong people, because they're making money off detaining them. Okay? So they grab everybody, and if they keep them there for a day, a week, a month, they're getting paid for every day of that detention. Like a pretty significant amount of money. It's so gross, dude. It is so gross. It's gross. You know, it is gross. And they wanted to expand it, but they can't. And so now they're taking a bath on those warehouses and shit. Right? But
the same thing that fuels you, I believe, fuels me. And it's its desire to make this country stronger for my kiddos. I wake up every day with that fire in my belly to go fight for my 8-year-old son, Jeremiah, my 6-year-old daughter, Jacqueline. And I know you do the same for your children and grandchildren.
Dude, her son is named Jeremiah. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Bum, bum. Dude, they love them biblical names. You should have named him Abraham. I'm a little disappointed. It should have been Abraham and Rachel, right?
I would be so honored to have your vote this Saturday, June 27th. Would love to continue working in the United States Senate on behalf of Louisiana and our families. Thank you all so much for pouring into me. God bless you all, and go vote Saturday.
Dude, what is the thank you so much for pouring into me? She said that twice. She said it at the beginning. What is the weird pouring into me? Is that like an evangelical thing? Oh, you done poured into me. Thank you for pouring into me. It's like, yo, woman, I did not put anything in you, you fucking weirdo. They're so weird, dude. They're so creepy. All right, but here we go, guys. All right, we're done with Letlow. All right, but so let's look at this, okay? Because I want to show you something, guys. We need to look at something. All right, we're going to, obviously, guys, let me find the one here. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. So I want to show you something here, okay? Because obviously there was the big win in New York. Now, I want to set this up because one is obviously the 3 Mamdani endorsed DSA candidates in New York won big, okay? Right? They did. I mean, 𝗲𝗏𝗍𝗫's was pretty close, but she had the most establishment guy. But Brad Lander just absolutely destroyed. And that was a really critical race, too, because it was a Jewish guy who doesn't support the war machine and a Jewish guy who firmly supports the war machine in a heavily Jewish district. And the Jewish guy who doesn't support the war machine won by like 2/3. So that was big, okay? Big shit, all right? But then there were 2 more DSA wins for 3 in New York. But then, guys, across the country, there were 29 congressional primary wins, including 9 red states where the winners were either DSA or DSA platform-aligned candidates, and specifically with no AIPAC money. They were going against AIPAC-funded candidates, and they won 29 congressional races. Now, if you go to the DSA site, look at all the local wins, okay? This is huge, guys, because the DSA was winning locally. Look at all these wins, guys. Hold on, let me go to their media page. But you ready? Look at this. Okay, look at this. All right, all of these are local. I guess I have to scroll on the main page here. Let me find them. Give me one sec. And see, this is really important. Okay, but we're going to show you all of the DSA's local wins. These are not Congress races, okay? But here we go. We're going into the locals, okay? There's one. There's another one, right? Dude, there's like a whole host of them. The things on, there's another one, all right? And another. And right, her election is coming up, right? She was on Hassan's stream. She, I believe, is Colorado. Right? There's an, oh, no, that's her again. All right, so let me see. There's one, Richie Floyd. Okay? I mean, there's another one. Here's another one, Tammy Carpenter. This is in Oregon State House. Okay. I mean, there's a lot, dude. Bobby Nichols. Chris Rabb, you remember him, right? Big win. That was a national one, right? Okay, then a mayor, Athens, Clark County Mayor Tim Denson. Now, here's what's important, guys. Okay, we're going to just hold on Chris Rabb. So here's what's important is the local wins, okay? The local wins like the Georgia State House and the mayor. They are so important. And you know why, guys? Let me tell you why. Because there's two things about like DSA candidates that are happening right now. Where number one is obviously they have a different platform. Okay, but number two is the leadership style. Okay? The leadership style. How these candidates are real people. Okay? They're not in there looking to like, oh, I'm going in to become a big name in electoral politics, right? They are real people that are governing from a place of trying to get real results, not trying to, notch points for their party and their fundraising, okay? So what happens is in the local scene, all right, while you have Trump and all these right-wingers calling the DSA communists, in these local positions, in the county commissioners, in the state house, in the mayors, on the water boards, etc., regular people are going to be seeing that the DSA, like these guys aren't communists. Like that person said, they're good people helping good people. So I think the local wins are even bigger for the movement. And there's several dozen of them, but they are really big because they are going to have people in everyday, life out there working with DSA candidates. And they're going to see that these people are not raging communists. They're not far left weirdos. They're just good-hearted working class people out there making the world better. And then they're going to be working hand in hand, making their, county, their city, their states better. And that is the type of stuff that fights that communism narrative, okay? Because online, people be like, oh, they're all communists. And then they go to their county commissioner job and the DSA person is like the best person in the room. And they're like, oh shit, okay, they're not communists at all. So these are huge. And I gotta say, dude, it's pretty crazy. And it's weird too. It's weird for me too, because I'm having like, I don't know, dude, I've had a weird couple of weeks. Like I said, where I have watched my dedication to the Democratic Party get fractured by watching the way people responded to Graham Plattner or the way they responded to 𝗫𝗄𝗽𝗓 and fucking Brad Lander, who are all like very good people. They're not crazy like Unabombers or anything like that. They're like really good, caring, intelligent people that have been organizing on the ground level for a long time. And so watching everybody in the Democratic Party shit on them and then to be hiding it because it's really about them wanting to stop the funding to the Israeli wars but they won't admit it. I felt really like, ew, like I got the ick from my own party. Now, that's not going to stop me from supporting my party like I normally have. However, it is going to make me seek a new level of accountability, okay, for some of the higher ups, where I'm not going to let people off the hook anymore, okay? And because I realize that many of the centrists are Christian Zionists, just like the Republicans. They're only slightly better. So if I have to choose between a centrist Dem and the Republican, I will support the centrist Dem. But I'm going to become more active fighting them in the primaries, for sure. Okay, for sure. But it's weird how I've been making this realization, and right when I'm realizing it, a whole bunch of locals are winning, which is really crazy because I feel like I'm having the same realization that a lot of other people in America are having right now. which is the fact that people want to change, and these promises to America and these platitudes and then never delivering, like, we're over that. And even if we lose a little bit, we want to fill the house with fighters so we can eventually, like, take shit back. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And so I'm like all in, guys. You know, I'm all in now. Now, I want to show you something, though, because let's watch this clip from Trump, because now the big word for Trump is communism. Okay? This is the word. We've seen it. They're communists. 𝗲𝗟𝗡𝗍𝗍𝗍, she's a communist. Mamdani's a communist. The communists have taken New York. Communism, right? Right? They're all, communism. But I want to show you two things, guys. First, let's watch Trump here.
And as you saw with the communists elected in New York City recently, they're communists, they're not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism
No, they don't.
is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is, after 2 or 3 years, the country is a disaster area. The country fails. They always do. It always does. So easy to sell. That first year, boy, you're the most popular. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing.
Oh, yeah.
There will be no nothing.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be a third world inhabitant.
Yeah, I thought we already were a third world country before you got elected there, shit stains.
In every way, and everyone will suffer or die.
Oh.
Suffer or die. That's what happens.
Everyone will suffer or die.
For thousands of years it's been happening by different names.
Okay, so, dude, like, yeah, realistic, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Everyone will suffer or die. So, guys, this is 2026, right? Communism, right? Oh, they're going to turn you into a third world country. Everyone's going to suffer or die. Okay, you ready for this, guys? We're going to go back to 1959. All right, you ready? You ready to go back in a time capsule? Let's go back to 1959, guys. This is when black students were trying to enter the schools. All right, and this is in Arkansas. And look at the signs. Look at what the signs say. Race mixing is communism, right? 1959, they were like, you know, if we let those black people in this school, it's communism. Communism. America's going to be a shithole, a third world country, right? Your way of life is going to cease to exist if you let this happen. Well, I don't know. America's done pretty good since 1959, guys. I mean, you can't really say America went to shit after they race mixed, okay? But look at this, guys. They're using the same playbook. If we hate it, if we're scared of it, if we don't want to have progress, if we don't want to move into a better future, we're going to say, if you do this, it's communism. And if you do this, everything's gonna die. Everything's gonna go bad. Look at this one. This one says, stop the race mixing march of the Antichrist. Okay, they were calling race mixing the Antichrist. And communism. Communism. And right? Dude, they're doing the same shit, boss. That was almost 70 years ago, guys. That's literally 67 years ago. 67 years ago, they're running the same train, boss. Oh, communism? Oh, you do this, it's going to be the end. I know they never stopped. They did do take a brief break, guys. 6-7 years ago. Nobody really talked about communism in America during the 80s and 90s. None of the politicians did. Communism was purely Russia. Russia were the communists, but they did not call anybody communism. Like the government people, when I was growing up, they weren't calling Americans communists during the 80s and 90s. It was I don't know why they gave it a break, right? I'm trying to remember. I mean, they went to more open racism. They called the Russians communists, but they didn't call us. Like, you never had a Republican accusing the Democrat of being a communist in the 80s. They were open racism. That was the year of like the welfare queen shit, and they were fighting the gay people. But I don't recall that being part of the electoral thing. That it's gotten a resurgence recently, you know. But let me just tell you guys, what year was Trump born? So Trump was born in 46. So Trump was 13 when this was going on, right? Trump was 13. All right. So Trump this was like his teenage years. Okay. So Trump, you know, this is his playbook. Dude. Yeah. Don't these guys look like fucking hillbillies? Bro, look at this guy. I hate to say this, though. You ready? Don't hate me. But this guy actually looks a lot like my dad. Dude, I have not seen the video of the guy saying drunken driving laws were communist. But this guy looks a lot like my dad. My dad had a crew cut. And my dad was an ex-con. He was a brawler. He had big ears that stuck out. My dad was pretty... dressed like him too, with the fucking, always had his shirt tucked in. Dude, yeah, like De Niro, yeah, a little bit. Dude, these inbred motherfuckers. But dude, these same people are still going to Trump rallies. But yeah, isn't that wild? Race mixing is communism. So I have been going around today, guys. Can I just show you what I've been doing? I've been going around today and doing this. Oops. I've been going around to people and commenting and saying like, right, like Trump is holding an anti-communism rally. Make sure y'all show up at the courthouse. You know, I'm like, see you at the anti-communism rally, Laura. I've been doing that, dude. Every time somebody mentions communism, I'm like, hey, I'll see you at the anti-communism rally. And then I've been putting this picture in there. Dude, just to remind them how stupid it is. 67 years of these assholes using this shit. Dude, I was doing that all day today. Right? Dude, under Dean Cain's post. Dude, was everyone at the anti-communist rally? Oh, shit, bro. Dude, there we go. Mike Johnson, the DSA communists have now published their insane agenda. And I'm like, Mike Johnson in 1959? Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, you do. You hear banjos. Ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Fucking idiots, bro. Oh shit. I think that's pretty crazy, guys. You know, that like here we are 67 years later, and obviously the first time like there was no communism. There was no whatever end of the American way of life. America flourished and people got more free and everybody made more money. Well, Everybody who's white made more money. But you know what I'm saying? The American economy flourished even if it only benefited the same people, right? Unfortunately, we haven't worked out all the kinks. But the fact of the matter is, all of this, it's like the same fear-mongering, right? Trump's attacking Iran again. Yeah, no, I know. The U.S. attacked Iran. Like, oil prices are going to go back up, right? Everything's going to go back up. But, dude, these fucking idiots, bro. Jesus. Dude, look at this guy. He's got his tongue out, doesn't he? Look at that guy, bro. Yo, homie. Fucking, what are you doing? You eating your tongue? It's crazy, dude. And of course, guys, right? You may remember this, but of course, we got to show you the images. Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, right? He was there. Look at him, dude. There he is. There's Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys when he was a boy. And he was at this thing with a bunch of young guys preventing the black students, trying to prevent them from getting into the school. Isn't that crazy? And he's a fucking, these are the kind of people that are billionaires, okay? Not the people that are opening the way and letting these guys into school, right? He's there in the crowd of people preventing black students from getting into the school. And then later he goes on and becomes a billionaire on the back of black men in the NFL. Isn't that ironic? Isn't it? That he buys a sports team in a league that is very high percentage of black men. Yeah, there you go. Shocking, not shocking, right? Once a slave owner mentality, always a slave owner mentality. It's crazy, dude. Dude, yeah, I mean, I don't like him. He's a fucking piece of shit. All of these guys are pieces of shit. Dude, he just looks like a piece of shit, dude. He does. Dude, all right. Communism. Let me just tell you guys, we're all going to be dead. Okay? We're all going to be dead. And then here's Trump.
Elected in New York City recently. They're communists. They're not social democrats.
Oh, we already saw that clip. Communism destroys everything. All right. Dude, that's wild. So guys, I don't know. I think we can do better, man. You know what I'm saying? Like and we're going to pivot into the Mamdani thing, okay? Because Mamdani he had an interview today with, I believe it was with Jonathan Karl. And here it is, okay? Yeah, it was with Jonathan Karl. So let's watch this clip here, okay? Let's watch this clip. This shit is amazing because now Mamdani is, his reach and the DSA ground game is wild because DSA has like 30,000 boots on the ground. That's just it. They're hungry. Okay, they don't need a lot of money. They are boots on the ground. They are people in the crowd. And so they're going to keep going. There's been a huge, they don't control the Democratic Party. I'm not under any illusions that the Democratic Party has materially changed yet. Okay? But it's not really important that the Democratic Party change, because that's going to happen. That's inevitable. I think what is important is that people see the type of people who become DSA. They see the type of people who are running for healthcare and education and high wages and to get like the billionaires and trillionaires off of our backs, to get big money out of politics so people can choose people to represent them and not you're choosing some phony ass, smooth talking individual that's really working for the bankers and the social media giants and the tech industry and the military industrial complex. Like people need to remember what it feels like to work with a real human being. Now, let me tell you why New York is the epicenter. All right, this is really interesting because I was talking to my son the other day and we were talking about strategies for him trying to get a job. So he's had a little trouble getting a job and maybe he hasn't been looking all that hard because I've been giving him like plenty of money to survive. But you know what's interesting is he said to me, he said something that just like set a light bulb off on my head. And he said, Dad, every time I go into a small business here, okay, if I go into a bookstore, if I go into a record store, if I go into a clothing boutique, he said the owner is always the main person working there, right? He's like, yeah, it's so different because in Portland, you have employees and you have managers, even at the small boutiques, but rarely do you have an owner of a business working in the business here in Portland. It's just not very common, okay? It's employees and a manager, right? And the owner is somebody out of the loop. But Bryce was like, man, in fucking, right? Bryce was like, dude, he's like, dude, they're everywhere. Like every store, the owner is working, right? And you know what I mean? And so it's really interesting that the DSA platform is taking over there because even the owners in New York are like workers. They're working class, right? There's a lot of like working class owners there, you know? And so 16, it's not like that, boss. You know what I'm saying? I don't give Bryce shit about the job. Okay. And Bryce is working hard to get a job, but he admits to me he's not going out every day and looking and you know, he's like, you know, I don't think he feels terrible. Like we have a very understanding relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like he knows I'm supporting him. It's not like that. I have no disappointment that he hasn't gotten a job. And in fact, I don't mind that he's not looking every day because like he's fucking 21. He should be like, my important thing is I want to make sure he's playing guitar, he's getting out and meeting people, and he's having a good time. That's what's really important to me is that he's finding his community there, right? Your dad was ignorant about it. I'm sure. I mean, it's easy to fall that way, but like, dude, he doesn't like, just so you know, with me and him, it's not like I give him money. You know what I'm saying? I like just offer it up, right? Because I want him to be having fun, you know, but I appreciate you looking out because I know that there's a schism there, right? Where he thinks, you know, sometimes we have that where he's like, Dad, I really am working, you know? They always guilt tripped you when you needed help. Yeah, I know. But you see, you know what my main thing was though, guys? I'll tell you, with me and him, what I tried to express, because he's very caring and concerned and like my son doesn't want to put anyone out. So he, if anything, will like take something he doesn't want, right? Like if you say, hey, let's go get a phone, he'll take whatever phone you buy him and he won't complain. But I'm like, dude, I don't want you to be like that. I want you to like go after what you want. And if I can't get it for you, then I can't get it for you. But I don't want you to settle for what people give you. I want you to get comfortable asking for what you really want. And in fact, like I was going to buy him a new iPhone before he left, but he wanted this Motorola flip phone. And we bought the iPhone, but I could just sense, and I even like pulled the cars over after we bought the iPhone. And we went out on the sidewalk next to the road and we had a discussion. And I'm like, dude, I feel like you didn't really want this iPhone. Like you wanted that flip phone. And so I need you to become a person that like asks for what they want. You know what I mean? And so like we hashed it out and then we went back and I returned the iPhone I just bought so he could get the phone he really wanted. And I think that's like been really hard because he doesn't want to put anybody out. And I'm like, dude, it's okay to feel that way, but you still got to ask for like what you really want. And then if you can't get it, you can be satisfied with something else. But I think asking for what you want is hard. It's hard to think that, well, I deserve this. So I'm going to see if you'll give it to me, you know, or see if you'll help me get it. You know what I mean? And when they're trying to upsell you, yeah, no, but his phone was an upsell from the iPhone. Hey, let's go. So that's been my thing. My thing has been to get him to be more proactive in asking, right? And as opposed to like, you know, asking in a roundabout way. Okay, I want the fucking. I want like you know I want to help him become comfortable asking for exactly what he wants. You know what I mean? And so we've been working on that. You know, and I gave him like a really nice guitar too. I gave him my Taylor when he moved. So I set him up, dude. I definitely set him up. When somebody said, why not move to someplace affordable? Yeah, it's not really about affordability. Like his girlfriend's sibling went to Columbia. So his girlfriend had family in New York and his girlfriend wanted to move to New York. And originally Bryce wasn't going to move. He had decided, you know, I don't really want to go to New York, so I'm not going to go. But then he was like, well, I don't want to spend my whole life wondering what would have happened if I did go. So I'm fucking going. And so he just went and he'd never been there. And I'll be honest, I always wanted to live in New York. And I've had a love affair with that city for several decades now. So I loved that he wanted to go to New York. And I don't even mind like giving him a whole bunch of money because like, you know, I fucking, you know, I believe that like, you know, I believe in him. And so I'm investing. Seems spoiled. I mean, maybe I believe in spoiling people though, dude. I mean, I don't think there's any value in like making somebody struggle, right? For me, I've struggled a lot in my life and you know, people are going to always have struggles. But for me, I don't want him to struggle. And because he's going to have plenty. I'm not going to be here forever. But while I'm here, I'm going to fucking spoil him and not even care about it. Because he deserves it. Dude, he's an amazing fucking human. You know what I'm saying? And I deserve to be spoiled. And I spoil myself. So I treat him the same way I treat myself and treat Jenny. You know, which is like, you know what I mean? But I think, though, part of it is because I don't care about money. I don't fucking care about money. I don't care. It's like, you know, like, dude, you think my struggles made me the person I am? Some of it. But you know, the thing about it is, though, is what you got to realize, though, 𝗵𝗍𝗍 is my struggles. Some of it made me the person I am. But also, though, like Bryce has benefited from my struggles. He knows about all those struggles and he's seen me model behavior. So he's like seeing me. He's had a great influence. So he's learned how I am without having to struggle. And he's going to have his own struggles. But the point being is no matter how much you spoil somebody, they're going to have a life filled with struggle anyway. So the spoiling is like not going to remove struggle. You're just going to have different struggles. Like I'd rather he have struggles from a financially secure standpoint where he gets to explore and have fun. And part of it though is it was a different time. I could work 20 hours a week, $8 an hour and live in a Hollywood apartment. You can't do that now. So I'm basically allowing him to have the same life that I had, where he shouldn't have to struggle too much, you know? I just don't believe in struggle, guys. You know, it was when I got a little socialism help and got into a house without a house payment is when my life started to take off. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, I struggled my whole life, but I didn't find success until I got help, right? As soon as I got a little socialism was when I flourished, you know? The time I was struggling, mostly I just self-harmed. And that's pretty common too. If people struggle a lot, they usually just self-harm or they check out. But again, you know, I don't know if my way's right or my way's wrong, but I like investing in him though. You know, I've always though felt like, you know, like my relationship is you know the biblical phrase, you know the one. Everybody use it. They say, spare the rod, spoil the child, right? And so all the Bible bangers read that phrase and think you're supposed to, if you don't hit them, you're going to spoil them, right? Spare the rod, spoil the child. So you better hit them and be rough so they don't get spoiled. But I read that phrase differently. I read that phrase, spare the rod, don't use the rod, spoil the child. Okay? And if you watch a shepherd, they don't hit their sheep. They're gentle with them. They fucking love them. They indulge them. Okay? Because, right? You indulge your pets. You indulge your family members. You know, that's how I believe. I always read that a little differently. Because I never saw a shepherd ever take their staff and beat the shit out of fucking sheep with it. You know? But again, it's not a common thing, you know? And so hopefully though, you know, I mean, here, you ready? I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you the straight dope is it doesn't really matter what you do because there's going to be environmental shit and there's just going to be shit, right? Like my dad threw me into the deep end and was like, fuck it, you're going to learn how to swim. You're afraid of the water, you're going in the deep end, right? And sure, did that kind of behavior make me fearless and the first guy through the wall? Sure it did. But I also like terrorized my loved ones for 30 years as an alcoholic and a crazy person. And even though I got sober and fixed myself, I left a trail of pain behind me because of my dad. And my dad died alone. We didn't have a relationship because he was a prick, okay? And so, did he help me? A little bit. Did he hurt me? A whole lot. And like, with me, the way I'm raising my son, I'm sure there's certain ways he's getting hurt by what I'm doing, and he's getting helped by what I'm doing. But at the end of the day, you just gotta do what you believe in. And, you know, I believe in spoiling people and investing in them because my experience is when people spoil me and invest in me, I do good. And when people make me struggle, I don't do good. Now, it's different when it's not the people helping me. Like if there are people out there that are like, fuck you, you're never going to go anywhere. I do really good when people challenge me that way, but not so much when they're my support system. Right? When your support system is making you struggle and like, you got to learn how to get it. I don't find that helpful. You know what I mean? And so, you know, but it's complicated because me and Jenny have different things. Like she sometimes thinks I'm a little too indulgent. Okay. And maybe I am, but I'm going to be indulgent because I'm not going to be here forever. And when I'm gone, he's going to surely have plenty of struggle. But while I'm here, I'm going to be indulgent because I like it. It makes me happy. But I don't demand anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't demand anything out of him. He doesn't have to do anything I want him to do. There's nothing he could do that is disappointing, right? You only do well when people take shit away from you and leave. Hey man, dude, we all got our motivations though, boss. I'm just glad you found what works for you, though, 𝗍𝗍𝗍. I think that's really important, is finding what works for you. You know, and like, I mean, I'm sure that, like, you know, I think it's harder. Like, for me, I never had a problem asking for money. I know it's definitely harder for Bryce asking for money, but I try to let him know that, like, dude, like, it's good. You're good, you know? And we have talks and whatever. But yeah, I really think, though, like, spoiling kids is okay. Here's what I think, though, guys. There is a caveat, okay? And part of the reason why I spoil Bryce is because he shares. You know what I mean? Like he has never been stingy with his shit. He will, like, share his shit with everybody, and he will help people out and give, you know what I mean? He's not like, I mean, he is pretentious because he has Epicurean taste, but he's not like entitled, you know? You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have a sense of entitlement about it. And so maybe that's why I continue spoiling him, because he's not like a judgmental brat about it, you know? You know what I mean? But he definitely, though, has his own struggles. Like we all do. We all have our own struggles, you know? You get a rush from group achievement. Yeah. See, you know what's interesting, guys, is just to touch on what 𝗍𝗍𝗍 said about it. Like, for me, I don't play well with others, guys. I don't. Like, I was a one-man indie rock band. When I was a young person, I was a swimmer. I was an individual sport guy. I'm not a good team sport person. You know what I'm saying? I am not a good team sport guy. I'm like a one-man operative. You know? I don't do well in team situations. You can spoil kids with love. You can definitely spoil kids with love, right? Absolutely. But here's the thing, though, guys, is like, I think you gotta sort of like, you know, you gotta sort of like find a thing that works for you, right? Like, if you don't have a lot of money, maybe you don't have a lot of money to give to your kid, but then maybe you're giving your kid other things, you know? And I mean, for me, the two things that I focused on trying to give is, well, I tried to do three main things. Like, one is I was very generous with my time, which means, like, you know, me and my kid, I wasn't just his parent. Like, we were friends, okay? We have a friendship and a very close one that has evolved over the years. And even when he was a kid, I allowed him to change my behavior if he could defend his case for it, right? Like, he didn't like that I grit my teeth. And so eventually he told me about that and I stopped gritting my teeth. He felt unsafe when I was gritting my teeth. Or if I had a rule that was arbitrary about, like, the bedtime or some other rule, if he could argue his case in a way that, oh, that makes sense, I would, like, change the rule, right? He had the freedom to sculpt his like, you know, his world where it wasn't him just living under my command, but he had to negotiate for it, right? So I did that, generous with my time and the amount of space I gave him to be a participating human being, as long as he was communicating in an effective way, right? Then, so it was generous with time and space to be their own person. Then the other thing I tried to do is provide enough money so they didn't feel like they were, like, lacking in shit. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't have to struggle, right? So he didn't have to struggle. So he could, like, go out to lunch with his friends. You know, like for example, guys, I gave him a credit card. Okay, I gave him a credit card that was on one of my accounts. So the entire time he was in high school, he had a credit card, Okay. And he never abused that. Okay. I never told him, like, I didn't give him a set limit. I was just like, I want you to be responsible with this, and I want to see what you do. And he would, like, you know, take his girlfriend out to lunch or whatever, and he would use that credit card, but he like never abused it. Like, I never had to say, like, whoa, you're spending way too much money with that credit card. Isn't that crazy? Like, I basically gave him free reign and was like, okay, let's see what you do with it, so I could see if I needed to, like, develop boundaries afterwards. Okay. And I did tell him about TaskRabbit. Okay. He was not interested in TaskRabbit though. I did tell him about it. He was like, yeah, I didn't seem interested in that, you know? So there was the money thing. And then the third thing I tried to do, guys, was I tried to give him a good example. Okay. So, you know, I healed my trauma. I got sober, got my shit together, and you know, tried to provide him with a good example. You know, like there's things we can do. Can I just tell you? Let me roll back to you when he was. I'm going to say one more thing before we do the Mamdani thing, because I think this is important, because this feels like it's connected to the DSA stuff. Because, guys, there's a fundamental difference, okay? There's a fundamental difference between commanding someone and getting someone to get their own voice, okay? And this is weird because the whole MAGA Republican thing is about commanding. You do this. Here's the law. You can't do this. No Pride Night, no abortion, right? They're all about, like, oppression, and everybody's got to have the same voice, okay? But, like, when my son was in 8th grade, he had a teacher who was, like, really gross. It was a history teacher that made a bunch of, like, you know, comments about the enslaved people during the slavery section of history. And this is a school that had a fair amount of black students. And this teacher was saying shit like that, like, oh yeah, the slave owners would impregnate the slaves. It was really like good business, right? And like creating more workers. He was telling this to 8th grade kids. And my son was like, I'm wildly uncomfortable, Dad. Like, this is like, this guy is saying a bunch of shit that is making me really uncomfortable, and I think it's making the black kids in class uncomfortable. So you know what we did, guys? Here's what we did, was I set up a meeting for me and that teacher with Bryce. Bryce is an 8th grader. And what I did was I said to the teacher, I said, my son has something he wants to say to you. And then my son, as an 8th grader, with me being there having his back, told the teacher, well, when you're in class and you say this and you say that and you say that and you say that, it makes me really uncomfortable. And I think it makes a lot of other people uncomfortable. And I think you should stop behaving that way. And the teacher, because I was there, the teacher was forced to take it all in. And then after it was done, I said, you owe my fucking son an apology. And I want you to fucking apologize him right now. And I want you to fucking mean it. And take this to heart. And like, you know, I'm not going to the school. I'm not going to try and make you lose your job. But like, this is your opportunity to become a better person here. But like, I didn't fight the battle for him. Like, he was really nervous and scared, but he expressed it to the teacher. And then I helped provide a little, you know, weight behind it so he could be taken seriously. But I think like, I tried to do that where I could, okay? I tried to do that where I could. And like, dude, I don't know, dude. He's really special. And he grew up around Jenny too. And Jenny is like really special. So the thing that's crazy, can I just tell you, like I had this experience with him on the phone yesterday where Bryce was talking about Radiohead and I didn't like Radiohead. I didn't connect to it. And I was like, Bryce, why do you think I don't like Radiohead, but you do? And you know what he did? My son's 21. And he very pointedly, like, told me how I feel about myself and how I've always felt about myself since I was little and how he feels about himself inside. Like, and how our deepest, innermost feelings about ourselves influence the way we interact with a lot of the things we chase or don't chase. And then he explained it in the context of Radiohead and what about that band is why people who have the internal he does really are attracted to Radiohead and why somebody like me is not going to quite get the message, right? And it was really interesting how a 21-year-old kid perfectly explained this like psychological phenomenon of both seeing into himself and me. And he was able to explain it to me in a very concise and meaningful way that I totally understood. And I was like, dude, you're fucking special. Like, I know that, like, you know, it's not like people are lining up to reward the type of person you are because it's harder for people to see. But, like, you know, like, you have a gift. Like, he has a gift. And it's crazy, dude. It is crazy, man. It's, like, weird. And Jenny has that gift where she can just see into the, like, you know, can, like, see into people's motivations, right? Is he neurodivergent? I don't know. I mean, not that I've, like, noticed, right? He's an artist, but I don't know if this is bad. I don't look for neurodivergence because I kind of assume that all human beings are neurodivergent to some degree. And there are some people that just have it in a more extreme and noticeable way. And like, but everybody's got a little something, I think. So, but he's never had presented with anything like, you know, like, difficult interacting or connecting with other humans. You know what I mean? I mean, it's weird. He was always a lot more, like, for me, when I was a kid, I was really quiet and shy and scared. And he has a certain shyness, but when he was a kid, I would drop him off at, you know, at a theater camp or whatever, and he would always have, like, a best friend at the end of the first day. And I was never like that. It was really hard for me to find people. But yeah, I don't know. He's a cool kid. He's got a very high emotional intelligence. But yeah, but I think, though, I'm glad we took this tangent, though, guys, because I think this is relevant. Because I think this is what the DSA is about, guys. Because a lot of MAGA and the right wing or even the Christian Democrats, they believe in order. They believe in hierarchy. They believe in, like, obeying the rules, except when they break them, right? But only the most powerful are allowed to break the rules because it's a rules-based, ruler-based mentality. And I think DSA is different. I don't think socialism is really about who owns what. Okay, socialism, the means of production. No, you know what socialism is it's a collective. It's not about I'm the ruler. Even if I have the top job, I'm not the ruler. I am just another guide. And the person in the bottom job can guide the guy in the top job and often do. So socialism is about removing the hierarchy. Okay, it's like you may still exist in the hierarchy, but Mamdani does not walk around. I guarantee you, he does not walk around New York with his staff like I am the boss. Okay, he is just another cog on the wheel, okay? And that, guys, is what socialism is really about. It is about the whole instead of the individual parts. And capitalism praises a handful of individual parts, and everybody else is just a shadowy support role that needs to get in line and do what they're told because they're not smart enough to manage the whole thing. The whole system is about only the people up at the top have the smarts, but often the people up at the top don't. They don't have any smarts. They're the least competent people of the bunch. So that's why I think the DSA candidates winning on the local level and getting into office and operating government from a mentality of the social, the whole, about it being about all of us, I think that is going to fundamentally change society, okay? You know what I'm saying? That is going to fundamentally change society because the isms are just tags, okay? You know what I mean? Like even capitalism. Capitalism is not one thing, guys. You know, capitalism is a free market, but we don't even have a free market anymore, guys. We have a controlled market by huge oligarchs, okay? We have anybody who makes a social media app now in America will be bought out by Meta or somebody. The only reason TikTok existed was because it came from another country. And even then, what happened? America bought it out, right? Because it is like not a free market anymore, guys. It is a closed system that we have. And now it's a very rigged system. And it's not even supply and demand anymore because now everybody just restricts supply and then the price goes up. And they're like, oh, all right. All I have to do to make more money is make less of this product. And I make more money, right? All I have to do to make the housing prices go up is buy a bunch of houses and leave them empty. And then all my rentals bring in more money every month. And now I'm sitting on a bunch of properties that are going to be worth a whole bunch of money 20 years from now. Okay? It's fucking, you know what I'm saying? It is fucking just nonsense. Like, we don't even live in capitalism anymore. We live in like a corporatist, you know, fucking oligarchical fucking bullshit, right? It is. It's fucking bullshit. But anyway, I think this is about more than just the political policy, guys. This is about leadership styles. This is about collectives. And what I can tell you right now, with whether it's the DSA or other facets of the socialist agenda, the more people that work in governing or are governed by people who do it with that collective mentality, human beings thirst for that. I think it's going to take off and become something really special. And, you know, we hear a lot about all the socialist countries that failed down in South America, but America fucked every one of those countries, okay? We fucked Cuba, we fucked Venezuela, right? Every time they tried to do socialism in the Americas, we went in and fucked them like top to bottom, okay? Top to bottom, guys. So the reason why you've never seen a successful socialist country here in America is because we made sure there was never one, all right? We made sure of it 100%, okay? You know? Oh, dude, Bryce doesn't want to make videos for me, though. Thank you. But yeah, Bryce wants to do his own thing. He's like me. He wants to do his own thing. Oh, yeah, I'll do a dance party goal. Sorry, guys. I was cooking. Dude, I got cooking. And then I forgot, guys. Oh, shit. Hold on. Party, let's go. Does Bryce paint? No, he plays guitar. He plays guitar. You know, but, so, you ready? Let's watch this Mamdani clip. All right? Let's watch this Mamdani clip. Hey, guys, dude, thank you, though. Thank you for the, you know, the like, I don't know. I felt like that tangent was good, right? Tell him to learn a trade? No. He's an artist. He's going to do it like I am. He's going to figure it out. Okay? He's an artist. My guess, if I had to guess, okay, here's what, if I had to take some guesses on what's going to happen with Bryce, he's either going to become a very successful musician because he has a true love of playing guitar, right? He's like really loves it. So he's going to do some type of, like with his emotional insight, he's going to put that feeling that he described to me of how he feels into words and music in a way that all of the Gen Z people like him are going to be able to relate to, because he very much understands the Gen Z plight. So he's going to either do that, become a musician, or I could also see him as like a sports YouTuber. He loves sports. So he might one day start a sports YouTuber, right? You know, he might start a YouTube channel and do something like that. I could see those are the two primary things, but there could be anything. You just don't know. I never thought I would be a Fortnite player, right? You know, you don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You don't know, right? But I could see those two. I know those are two things he's had some interest in. All right, you ready? Let's watch this Mamdani clip. Dude, this clip is great. Here we go. You ready? Watch this.
Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
There you go. Oh, and you know what else, guys? Remember the spiel I just gave you about the collective? How it's not about I'm the boss, you're the constituent. It's about we're a collective. What did they do with the snow? Remember when the snow hit so hard and they're like, holy fucking shit. Like, we can't even get these plows. Well, everybody who fucking comes out and grabs a shovel and fucking, right? And then all the people of New York came together and shoveled their own fucking city together and they got paid for it. But they did it together, okay? It's not about like fucking the individual launching to the top. It's about let's get together and get it fucking done. You know, isn't that great though? I love what he says. He's like, they've seen 6 months of it and they're already wanting to see more of it on a national stage. Let me tell you guys, I mean, I can't predict the future because we don't know what this shit is going to like look like ultimately. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a future predictor, but I think the more DSA style candidates that get wins, especially on the local level, county commissioners, water commissioners, city councilors, mayor, state house representatives, the more these kinds of people get into office and are working with other human beings, the more we're going to see people wanting this. Because again, I think it's just a different style of governing where it's not like I'm the ruler and you're the person I'm ruling. It's like we are a collective and we're here to like make sure everybody has some good shit, right? And I think that's so important. It's a fundamental difference. And guys, outside of, I know we have like the Christian Zionists freaking out about Israel, and I know we have people freaking out about healthcare, but I think what is really stirring a lot of these government officials is because they have lived like rulers. They have lived in a sort of monotheistic style of rule where they're the big rulers up on Capitol Hill and we're all the peons that they know better than us because they went to Harvard and Yale, and they know that that mold is changing. That there's the people on Capitol Hill aren't going to be the rulers anymore. Like the ruling class is going to become more of a collective fucking sustainability class. And that's what's really getting them, is that they're not going to be the fucking kings and queens and fucking monarchs anymore. And I think they know that. Like the power structure is changing. And this is perfect. You know what I'm saying? This is perfect. Like we're entering into the age of Aquarius, guys. I'm into that astrological shit. I'm a bit of a new ager. All right. I'm like a new age baseball fan who was a competitive swimmer. Dude, I'm a lot of things. Rock and roller, Fortnite player, politician. I am everything. But I'm a bit of a new ager. And I believe this is why AI is here, guys. We are entering a higher state of consciousness. Okay, collectively, the whole world, humanity has lived, been around for tens of thousands of years, back from when they were using stone tools through the Bible and, the medieval times and, through the wild, wild west and into the technological boon. But now, you know how they say our brains use like 10% of the whatever? It's like we're about to start using some of the upper 80%. And we're going to be entering into a time of higher consciousness, which is, going to be more about like these, collective sort of things and creating a collective with the planet, and not so much about like the ruling class, and that, guys, that is my number one issue with capitalism. Okay? My number one issue with capitalism. Forget that its fucking wealth distribution sucks and it's got so many issues with the bottom being poor. The number one issue with the capitalism is because it creates an ownership class. And so it creates a class of people that think they have they think they're obliged to have more power and to be able to exercise their power with impunity. Okay? And they believe it. It's like it is, and it's just not true. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care how many billions of dollars somebody has. They are just another cog. Okay? They're not that special. I mean, we're all special. Right? We are all magically special. But this idea that somebody whose company goes viral and they become a fucking multi-billionaire, that does not make them any more special than any of their workers. They have like one special thing about them led to that thing, but like all of their workers have a special thing that's a part of that thing. And this idea that the one special thing up there at the top is like a better class a more important class is nonsensical when we're all just energy. Like, we're all just energy, and none of it is better or worse. It's just different. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. And I believe some of this eventually is, we're even going to break down hate and shit like that. Not by people necessarily getting less hateful, but I think eventually we're going to get to the point of where we realize that hate is just another kind of energy. It's just a really darker kind of love in a weird way. I know that sounds fucked up, but I mean, I think you already see it sort of with, you see how like people that are anti-gay or anti-trans, they're like obsessed with like transgender people. Right? And I think they actually love them in a way. Like, they can't stop thinking about them. It just comes out in this like negative energy because they haven't realized that their hate and their love are sort of like the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, hate is a form of passion. Like the thing that the opposite of passion, guys, is ambivalence. Okay? Like, hate is like it's like the same passion as love. That's a really good way of putting it. That hate is a form of passion. It really is. That's why people who hate each other have such fiery relationships, And yes, that is true. A lot of them are gay. Goal yet? Eat the rich. Yeah, we got a goal. Dude, DL kicked it off. All right, guys. Dude, if we're dancing, we got 18 minutes. We need 29 in 18. Let's go. But dude, I love this quote, guys. I love this fucking Mamdani quote. Let's see if we have any more clips of Mamdani. Dude, Zoran is great. I gotta say this though, guys. This is one of the things that is crazy. Because think about this, guys. Because I know Trump is bad. And I know that Trump is like shitty and he's causing damage and a lot of people are dying and being harmed. And I also know that Mamdani would not have won the mayor of New York if Kamala Harris had won the presidency. So, for all the damage that Trump is going to cause, for all the fucked upness that Trump is going to cause, his badness is going to allow a crack to open that's going to let a whole nother kind of goodness into the world that wouldn't have gotten the chance if we hadn't gotten that bad, right? It was the bottom of my addiction, my worst possible point that propelled me to finally get sober. So I think we were in a way destined to it's almost like the pandemic harmed us so much so we could go into another Trump and just grind ourselves to rock fucking bottom so we can start elevating toward a higher consciousness and do some better shit, guys. Okay? Like, Trump is going to turn out to be a catalyst for good because he was so fucking rotten. You know what I mean? Dude, Pretty Kate, let's go. Get your dancing shoes on tap, Pine Box, let's go. Dude, I love the name Kate. I was madly in love with two Kates over my youth. One of them in LA and one of them in Portland. I have a very special relationship with the name Kate. That's why I always say the name. Dude, I had two very special Kates. They will always be dear to me. Yes, let's look at the Mamdani clip where he dives in the pool. Dude, he dove in, the New York pool's opened, and he dove in with his suit on, right? Look at this. And the New York Post wrote an article while violating dress code rules. Look at that. Zohran Mamdani jumps into NYC pool to kick off summer tradition while violating dress code rules. Dude, like, what a bunch of dinks, bro. Ooh, you violated the fucking dress code. But hey, by the way, yo, New York Post, what's up? It's political punk here. Oh, I couldn't help but notice your article about Zoran violating the dress code rules. Huh? Huh, you fucking dings? Are you gonna put it on his permanent record? Oh, do you have to eat the corn out of Trump shit to do that or what? Huh? Fuck you. Bye-bye. Dude, they're gonna put it on his permanent record. Beware. Guys, 18 and 14, baby. All right, let's go. We need the dance party, boss. If I don't dance, I will die tonight. I don't think I'll make it without a dance. Yeah, at least he can jump into this pool without getting fucking, without getting, like fucking, oh my God, dude. Dude, Lindy Lee is back, guys. Dude, she blocked me. Right? Oh shit, dude. Dude, Lindy Lee is back trying to, dude, she disappeared. Dude, what in the filter? Holy shit, is she done a filter? We're gonna have to laugh at that. Right? Ooh, yeah, no, the water, the data centers. All right, hold on, let's watch this, guys.
Zohran Mamdani and America-hating leftist extremists want to hijack our country. They blame 9/11 on
Dude, why do you have the music on this, dude?
the American people. They cavort with Islamic extremists and
Cavort? Dude, what the fuck is that music, dude? Dude, I hope she's getting roasted in here. Yeah, Wendy is clueless. Dude. Dude, what an idiot, bro. You're one of the biggest grifters. Dude, she is like, holy filter. Oh, there it is. There it is, guys. Let's go. Here it is. Dude, look at this. Together, baby. Dude, I hope he took his wallet out.
Would you come back in a regular suit? Thank you to Goodwill. We appreciated the suit that we got. It's actually not as cold as you'd think. It's perfect.
Dude, let's go. Dude, I love it. I love it. I love that this woman gets in too. Look at the woman in the back, dude. She gets in her fucking clothes as well, dude. I love her. Dude, she's amazing. Look at her. Dude, that is incredible. Right? You know why, guys? Because, like, the thing is I do shit like this. Okay? Let me just tell you. I used to do shit like this with Jenny. Okay? Because Jenny, she grew up in a very proper house. Everyone is proper. Her grandfather worked for Lyndon Johnson. So they were like a fucking big government, they lived in fucking Ethiopia and shit and moved around the country, right? Her parents did when they were younger, and very proper. So Jenny was like, she had trouble like cutting loose, okay? There was no playing when I met her. She would not play. She was like serious task mastering. You have to be achieving all the time. And like, I was really helpful to her to be able to just play because like sometimes you have to jump in the pool with your clothes on. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to like break the plate or smear paint on the wall. You know what I mean? It's like there are times when you have to just cut loose in a harmless way, where it's okay to get all your clothes wet. It's okay to fucking, just get in a sandbox and get messy, right? Like finger paint, And I think that that's really important, that really fucking, I think it's really important to not forget about that. Like childlike. Like kids are very good at that. Okay, kids, they take, they'll take paint and just smear it everywhere and they don't care. Right? They're not like judging it until their parents like, oh, don't do that, Junior. Oh, but you're bad. You've done bad. The kid's like, yo, I was just having fun. Right? I think this is amazing. I think this kind of playfulness is some of the shit we need, guys. Just to be playful. Right? And now she's playing all the time, dude. Now she's like, going to all this psychedelic shit and like healing her depression. I love it. And of course, she's helped me, right? She's helped me with different things, right? She's helped me have like structure, and she has also helped me with her incredible insight into people. But I'm really good, guys, at playing. I am good at playing, dude. I am. I love it. I love to play. Bring her on some night. I mean, if she wants to. She doesn't really want to be on, Jenny doesn't really have that, like, she doesn't like the energy of like being on stream. You know what I mean? I mean, she'll come on every once in a while, but like she streamed for a while and she didn't like it. She doesn't like that sort of energy. Not everybody likes it. She kind of doesn't like that sort of thing. But if she ever wants to come on, she'll come on. She mostly doesn't want to. If you want to like see Jenny or hear her, you won't see her, but she does play Fortnite. When I stream Fortnite, she usually plays Fortnite. So I do that every Saturday afternoon on my Twitch channel. And on Twitch, acting like Tommy. And so if you ever want to like hear Jenny and hear like what she's like, she does play Fortnite on Saturdays. Right? Let's go. All right, guys. Dude, 18-8, baby. Yeah, Bryce is doing good. Bryce is doing good. He's having fun, which is important. All right, if we're getting the dance party, though, we got to do it. This is it. Oh, Jenny. 8675309. You go to Mariners games? I mean, I have. I normally go to like one a year. Jen W, let's go! Dude, thank you, boss. We're going to see the Mariners. We're going to New York City. Hold on, I'm going to put this down while we get this. We are going to New York City in August for like 4 days to go see Bryce and hang out with him. And we are going to a Mariners game in New York City at Yankee Stadium. We're going to go see the Mariners. But normally we would go to like 1 or 2 games a year here. But we are going to see them this year in, at Yankee Stadium in August. It's going to be amazing. Let's go. Let's go. I might stream from the hotel there too for a little bit. We'll see. Yankees suck. Dude, they're in first place right now. Dude, 27, guys. Holy shit. All right, we got to get cooking. We got 27 in 6. All right, that's crazy. So we gotta cook, baby. We're getting the dance. Let's go. Let's get it. Dude, I like the new Mariners young players, Cole Young and Colt Emerson. Very, very good. Dude, it is time. It is booty time, though, baby. And then we are going to fucking, we're going to look at Kai Trump. And then we're going to look at the Trump fair. And then whole midnight, hopefully we'll get to some Megyn Kelly shit. 3:27 in 5. Dude, 26. 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗧𝗏, let's go. 26, guys. 26 in 5. That means 5 per minute, basically. Oh, shit. Dude. Oh, shit. New hairdo, yes. Yes, it's going to get white too. Final 5 minutes. Dude, Kai Trump, she is pretty nepo. She's up to her usual shit again, right? I mean, she has a problem with being sort of a demented spotlight hog, just like her grandfather. This is a Hole shirt. Yes, Hole is like my favorite band. 4 minutes, guys. 26 and 4. Bump, bump, boom. Bump, bump, boom. 𝗝𝗄𝗽𝗧𝗏, impeachment is coming. I mean, for sure. A lot of shit is coming. A lot of shit is coming, guys. Dude, she is fucking annoying. I find her really annoying. I don't like that nepo energy. 3 minutes, guys. 26 and 3. All right. There will be no dance party. We're going to have to reset. We're definitely not getting 26 and 3. That is like, I think that is safe to say. It's hard for normal people to understand those nepo babies. I mean, I went to UCLA, and like a third of UCLA were Beverly Hills kids. So I totally understand like people of means. Enfold 5, Kate on for size. Good listen. Let's go. J-Lo, let's go. All right, guys, 3 minutes, 25 and 3. See, it's wild because like my fraternity big brother, he lived in a house in Bel Air that had like his bedroom door was like 12 feet high or some shit. He lived in a house with like 16-foot ceilings, and they had so much money. Like his shower had a bench in it and a shower head that was like 3 feet wide where like you could, you know, have a party in there. It was insane, right? But he wasn't a nepo. He didn't have that, like, I don't know. He still had this thing about like about like earning shit. Hi, mate, I'm new here to your rescue. Let's go. Thank you, Angel Ninja. 2 minutes, guys. I think what I think of with the nepo. All right, we need 24 and 2. What I think about the nepo is when they start going where they don't deserve, and then they act like they've earned it. That to me is the nepo. Is the nepo of the nepo. Because sure, if you have connections, getting into something because you have connections, totally understandable. But most people who do move in that realm, they try to distance themselves from the connection, and they try to still chart a path of individuality. And they're really thankful for the fact that they have access to all these connections. But nepos like use their connections to get into positions they didn't earn. And then they act like they're the one who deserved it more than anybody after they get in there. So it's like they combine that getting connections, that connection and their name moving shit with them then having a sense of entitlement and sort of like, you know what I mean? And that fucking pisses me off. And this chick, Kai Trump, has already been milking this. She has been milking this, with her YouTube channel. I mean, what we're going to see tonight, just thinking about a daughter, or she's a granddaughter, but a granddaughter of the president using the White House as like, oh, I live here, and using it to make a YouTube video. Okay, she's like using our White House to be like, look at what I have, make sure to sub and like my YouTube channel, which is like hat jack to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, no regard whatsoever for, you know, any of the rules or the fact that you're not supposed to be monetizing the presidency. But like Trump's monetizing it, his kids are monetizing it, his kids' kids are monetizing it. And, you know, it's like all of his friends are looting the fucking taxpayer money. I mean, the whole thing is just gross. And she's gross. But we're going to watch that video. We're going to watch it right now. I'm going to reset. We still have 24. So it looks like we're going to break it down into manageable parts. We're going to do a 15 and then we'll do a 10. All right. That's what we'll do. All right. So we're going to reset. Start another goal. We're going to go 15 and light blue or higher. We're going to go 15 minutes. We're going to make this one fucking dance party. Let's go. Dude, Jack, let's go. There it is. Dude, My Morning Jacket, Jake Cornette. All right, from Louisville. Dude, I like My Morning Jacket. Let's go. Dude, there's a couple songs I like from those guys. I've seen them too. Saw them live here with one of my girlfriends. All right, you ready? All right, let's go. Yeah, no, but guys, there are nepo babies, okay? A couple of my favorite actors are nepo babies. Hannah Einbender from Hacks, okay? You know Hannah Einbender from Hacks? Do you watch Hacks? Great show. Dude, Jason's Australiana shrimps on the bobby, right? Hannah Einbender is Lorraine Newman's daughter, okay, from Saturday Night Live. That's Hannah Einbender. And she's amazing, dude. Again, though, she's nepo, but she is not thankless, right? Margaret Qualley. I absolutely adore Margaret Qualley, but she also is Andy McDowell's kid. But again, not crazy nepo. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's a nepo kid, but she doesn't act like one, okay? She is out there like working her shit. Right, yeah. It's like you can't help being born to famous people. And you can't help that being born to famous people means you're going to have access to a lot of privilege and connections and money and access and all that. The difference is are you thankful for it or are you flaunting it? And that's where this video comes in, guys. Because here we have, like, again, you're not supposed to...
Welcome into my house.
You're not supposed to profit off the presidency. And she starts off with, guys, welcome into my house. But, like, this is not her house, okay? This is the White House. She doesn't live here. She's never lived here. Her dad has never lived here, okay? And, like, dude... This is our house. It is our house. It's not her house. But here she goes.
Welcome into my house. We're walking in. This is the main entrance of the White House.
We're walking in.
My best friend, George Washington. We're real tight. Watch your step. This carpet can get you here. I actually tripped one time on the carpet upstairs. I used to play soccer in these halls. So. I'll take you guys up to the second floor too. Guys, so this is the second floor of the White House. As you guys can tell, it's pretty cool. They're setting up for stuff obviously today, but if you look outside, that's like the also front entrance, I guess too. But we never go that way. Whenever Grandpa has like world leaders, they always come through there. But yeah. About to do a speech in front of everyone. Look at my crowd.
But again, dude, she is like monetizing this. Okay? This is Junior's daughter. It is Don Jr.'s daughter, and with the woman who is now dating Tiger Woods. Okay, so Don Jr.'s her dad, and Tiger Woods is like her stepdad figure. Tiger Woods, that's why when he got a DUI or whatever, he's calling Trump to help the president get him out of trouble, right? Because he's in the family. But, so she's running around you know, like, oh, my house, oh, this is my house. But this is for a 19-year-old's YouTube video. Now, on top of the fact that I find this to be garish and is not what she should be doing with our house, right? You shouldn't be using the fucking White House as a kid and making content with that for just because you're, you know, the granddaughter of the president. Imagine if Barack Obama's daughter did this. Imagine. What do you think would happen if Barack Obama's daughter even made a video at all inside the White House, much less something like this that is so cheesy? Like, I mean, the production value of this is not even high. The camera's all wobbly. You know, the whole thing is done just like super not quality. They're not even using like a gimbal to make the camera smooth. On top of this, though, my thing is like, I think Kai is kind of dumb, dude. Like, when I hear her talk, she's like, oh, hi, I'm Kai Trump. Hi, I'm Kai Trump. I'm kind of dumb. She's like dumb in a miniskirt always, right? It's like, okay, miniskirt and brain dead equals miniskirt plus brain dead equals Kai Trump. It's like, dude, you know, she's not even like entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you're going to be in front of the camera, you ready? Perfect example. Drum roll, please. You ready? Erica Kirk, right? If you're going to be in front of a camera, at least be fucking entertaining. Otherwise, don't be in front of the camera, right? AOC is great in front of a camera. Erica Kirk is not, okay? She looks like a fucking idiot when she's in front of the camera. Kai Trump is not good in front of the camera, okay? She's just whatever, a college sorority looking type girl, you know, that stands there and is like, I'm kind of dumb, but I'm rich and famous. And so I'm like, you know, I'm dumb, but I'm kind of dumb, right? And like, I just find people that are terrible in front of a camera, that are not entertaining at all. Like, why are you in front of a camera all the time? Dude, you know?
All right, well, there's really nothing special right now because everything is getting moved around. This is the red room. As you can tell, it's red, and that's why it's called the red room. I call it the red room.
Like I said,
room too. Come here.
I will refer you to the thing I just said. Oh, she's kind of fucking dumb, bro. Dude, she's got that. You know, I don't want to be mean, but I guess I will. She definitely has that Donald Trump Jr., the kind of horse face thing that they got going on. She has the horse face kind of Trump thing.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm good. So yeah, this is the blue room. And yeah, as you can tell, it's also blue. Come on. They're just running through like a lot of run-throughs right now, so that's where they're gonna be like, this is where they walk in and stuff like that to the arena, as you can see right here. It's funny, I actually know my way pretty well around this place. It's not like I've been here for a few years.
Wait, how old were you when you first came?
That was 2017, and it's almost gonna be 2027, so let's just say 10 years. Wow. Oh, that's my boy, Walt. Walt, what's up? How are you? Hi, how are you?
Wow.
This is Walt.
What is special?
My friend is actually. All right, this is my friend Alexander Hamilton.
Dude, I'm confused. Is Walt her drug dealer or what? That interaction was so weird, dude. Is Walt her drug dealer? Dude, Who's Walt? Bro. Yeah, I think it's her drug dealer. He provides the Adderall. Breaking Bad. Oh, Walter White. Let's go, dude. All I will say is spending 10 minutes with Kai Trump, and I'm ready to do some perks, okay? Dude, I've been sober for 19 years, and watching her for like 5 minutes, and I'm ready to hit the perks. Yeah, dude, you'll notice with the Donald Trump Jr., he's got a horse face. I that's the only thing I can describe with it. He has Trump Jr. has a horse face. She definitely got the horse face. Dude, yo, what's up? Is this Kai Trump's manager? Yeah, this is politicalpunk here. We're watching the video right now. Yeah, I was wondering, do you have a saddle? Because we were kind of trying to figure out what she looks so much like Don Jr. I was thinking maybe a saddle and a bag of carrots would be like if we were going to meet up with Kai, go for a walk in the park or something. Should I bring carrots or is that off the table? All right, fuck you. Bye-bye. All right. Let's go. Oh, shit. A salt lick? Dude, yes. A salt lick. Guys. All right, bro, that is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Trump's first term body guy. Okay. I didn't know. Dude, look at Day Trader knows 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, his first term body guy. What do you mean first term body guy? Who is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Is he like a wrestler? I've never heard of him. How do you know this guy, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Dude, let's go. Dude, 12 away, guys. She's 19, stop. Yeah, I mean, I know it's rude, guys. Here, and let me explain this, guys, okay? So, I know it's rude, but, I don't think it matters that, she's 19, okay? She's an adult. She is milking this shit, and she is doing this shit on purpose and profiting off of it handsomely. So she gets the same fucking shit that everybody else gets. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's literally running around the White House that we pay for. She's making a YouTube video and going to make a ton of money, for her entire life at many of our Americans' expense. And in fact, there's 167 school children in Iran, schoolgirls, that are dead because her fucking grandfather that's giving her access to all this shit fired missiles into a fucking grade school. And he won't even take responsibility for it. So as far as I'm concerned, open season on her. Yeah. Yeah, dude, the children of fascists, they can fucking, they're writing their own shit. It's like Erica Kirk. Nobody told you to get on stage and get in front of the pyrotechnics, right? You could have just, grieved your husband and everybody would have left you alone. But she has chosen to put herself out in front of the camera and to break the rules and milk it, And so I'm like, I think it's open season, right? Dude, you're not an adult until age 25. I mean, no, your brain is not fully formed until you're age 25, but you are an adult at 18. You can die for your country at 18, and you can be put in prison, adult prison for life at 18. So yeah, I'm holding her responsible. I understand if that bothers you, if you are mad at me, I get it, but I will not hold back for this person. Dude, and especially after the shit she pulled at the fucking golf tournament. Dude, because they're so scummy about it. They're all grifters. All right, let's see the end of this.
And my friend is actually. right, this is my friend Alexander Hamilton. What a chiller. Over here we have Benjamin Franklin, who's also my dear friend. Old boy Benji. We call him Benji. What a nice guy. Okay guys, it's really hot over this white pavement. Let's get off the white pavement. Kind of sweating. All heart, a little sweaty.
Yeah.
All right guys, we're in the Oval Office right now.
Just for the record, it used to not be white pavement. That used to be a rose garden.
So everything's gold because my grandpa hates gold, so he actually decided to add a lot of gold to the Oval Office. That's a joke. He loves gold. It's just like his favorite thing on the planet, if you guys haven't noticed. But he loves gold, so he added gold everywhere. Even that's gold now. Just he has a very, very good like attention to detail. So everything that he thought should be gold, he made gold. This is his desk.
Dude, it's crazy, dude. She's in the Oval Office fucking making a YouTube video.
That's the Declaration of Independence. But we got some Sharpies because he loves his Sharpies. This is a gold tray for Sharpies, some gold coasters. This is his chair. And then he has a Diet Coke button. So if he presses the red button, Diet Coke comes out. I mean, that's the Oval Office. It's pretty cool. I mean, the paintings are really cool. This is stuff that's been kind of around forever, you know? So it's really special. And yeah, this chair is actually pretty comfortable too. It's a very, very heavy, big chair, but yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, guys, it is like, you know what it is? Here's what it is, guys. Is for me, it's the smugness, okay? Because they know that if anybody else did this, like the entire power structure would throw a fit, right? They would throw a fit. You know what I mean? They would throw a fit. Someone else is making her do it. I don't think so. She has been pretty psychotic already in her relationship with this stuff. Okay. Like she wanted to get into a golf tournament. Okay. A while back, she got into a golf tournament here, right? Dude, she got into an LPGA tournament that she did not belong in. She ended up in last place, of course, 13 over par, right? She got an exemption because she's, Kai Trump, and she got it from her dad, and she was terrible. Dead last. Dead fucking last. Right? And like, dude, she's been monetizing this shit. She's had a YouTube channel for a while, guys. She's been monetizing this for a while. Okay? She has. She takes the Secret Service to Erewhon. I mean, she's had a YouTube channel for a while. She goes on like the fucking Air Force One and makes videos. Just really, really garish shit. Okay? And that's what I have a problem with, right? She's really fucking not at all fucking qualified, but she's like out there like she, here's another.
What goes up?
Right? Dude, she's out there making TikToks and shit in the White House like all the time, dude. She's been doing this for a while. Okay? Again, this is not a person who is like, I don't believe she's being forced to do this at all. I think she wants the limelight, and she knows she can get it, and she doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't care about about the fact that, like, I don't know. For me, it's like every kid, just hear me out on this. Kids of the president, like, or family of the president, like, everybody cashes in on that in some way. Okay, they do, right? Like, even Hunter Biden, I know a lot of people like Hunter Biden, but let me tell you, when Joe Biden was VP and Hunter Biden was in his drug addiction, I guarantee you Hunter Biden was running around My dad's the vice president. You want to meet with my dad? My dad can help you, like, hook it up. I'm sure Hunter Biden was using his dad's influence to try and make some money, try and give free drugs, try and get comp life. I totally get that. Everybody's going to take advantage of their station and their power in life. What I don't like about this, guys, is that, like any other president's kid or family member did this, especially Barack Obama, they would vilify them. Like nobody can do this except her. I mean, remember every time like Tim Walz's kids would even be on camera, everybody would attack Hope Walz. They would attack the shit out of her and they would say nasty things about her and stuff, you know. And like, dude, if Tim Walz was the VP and his kid was making a TikTok in the Oval Office, I think they would shit their pants. Now, maybe it's going to change, okay? Maybe it's going to change and this is going to evolve. And maybe, you know, there's going to be, we have now desecrated the White House to where it's just a piece of content. So you never know. I don't know. Valentina Gomez, I don't know if you remember this, but you ready? Let me show you something. Valentina Gomez at the White House. So, where was it? It was, let me find the image here. It was this, okay? She did this, okay? Where was it? I believe it was, I think it's that image. Let's see here, hold on. Yes, right here, okay? This, you ready? This was a big deal, guys, okay? So Valentina Gomez went to Mike Johnson and she went to the speaker's office, to Speaker Mike Johnson's office, and she went out on the balcony and she filmed a video on the speaker's balcony, right? Filming campaign ads on Capitol balconies violates the House rules, okay? And then she got scrutinized for it and like, oh my God, right? In like big trouble. And they revoked her ability to fucking go into it because you can't be making like campaign ads on the balconies. And that's the thing that is sort of like beyond that. And it's not even just Kai. Like, I don't want to lump this on Kai, but it's the Trump family. How they have taken the White House and they did the cars with Elon Musk. Remember the Teslas they had on the lawn? Like, you know, they have violated the Hatch Act in every possible way, where they are using the office of the presidency and they're monetizing it, whether they're making YouTube videos, they're making TikToks, they're selling products. They literally had that sponsored UFC event on the lawn where they are literally just sort of flaunting their wealth and their privilege and their ability to like do this shit and to monetize it and to kind of laugh at us. It's like really smug. There's a smugness to it. You know, I mean, guys, this is the Oval Office, okay? This is like, you know, like, I don't know. I mean, think about all the presidents that sat at this fucking desk in this Oval Office. But look at how it's happening on the heels of it. Okay? It's happening while this is the day of the UFC or the day before the UFC. So they're setting up for the big UFC event. And then all of them are just sort of like desecrating the US government shit into their own like family brand. You know, she's like, this is my house. This is like blah, blah, blah. I feel like they're mocking. And you ready for this, guys? There's an extra layer, okay? Because Trump's not even doing a good job, okay? He's not doing a good job. He lied about the 2020 election. He's still lying, okay, about this election. He's lying about Barack Obama setting him up. He's lying about the Epstein files. They're hiding the Epstein files. They're looting money with the oil futures and shit. He made 4,000 stock trades right before he started the fucking Iran war. They are like, dude, Tiffany Trump's husband. You ready for this, guys? Look at this shit. Oh my God. This is insane. Michael Boulos, okay? Who is this guy? He is Tiffany Trump's husband, all right? He's just some private citizen, a 28-year-old guy, okay? That is fucking, you know, whatever. He's born into a family of fucking business executives. He's married to Tiffany Trump. But you ready? Look at this shit. Look at this. He's at a meeting with Marco Rubio. The Secretary of State is meeting with the leaders of the UAE in an international fucking meeting representing the United States, and Donald Trump's daughter's husband is fucking sitting at the table with these guys. Like, he's not a government official. He was not appointed. He was not confirmed by the U.S. Senate. He's not, right? What the fuck, dude? Who's paying for this bit? Who's paying for his trip? What is he doing there? Why is he at a fucking international meeting? Why was Trump's daughter, Ivanka, working in the White House? Why did she get 80 trademarks as soon as that shit was over? Right? You know what I'm saying? Why is Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, like a Middle East envoy? And meanwhile, cashing in. They're all cashing in. The kids are starting drone companies. They're partners in these prediction markets. Like, they are, all of them, from Kai on down the line, they are all just fucking laughing in our faces and looting all of us, dude. Dude, that shit bothers me, okay? It does, man. That shit bothers me. I fucking am so annoyed by that. You know, dude, it is crazy. And it's not like they're doing a charitable foundation. They're not doing a charitable foundation to go and, like, you know, help make the world a better place. They are literally just looting and trying to jack as much fame out of this as they can get. And yes, they're also, like, you know, obviously she's doing this to the White House to try and, you know, send a message to young people. They're definitely trying to radicalize young people and they're trying to make young people think the Republicans are the cool party, right? Where you can be a handmaid, you know, right? Tiffany's husband is Lebanese. Yeah, I saw that. But I mean, I don't think that matters, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's plenty of Lebanese people, right? Did they need a Lebanese son-in-law was required for the UAE meeting? Right? Dude, yeah, they're fucking, I mean, they're definitely trying to radicalize young people. I mean, we see this, guys, okay? We absolutely see it. If you look at the White House account, okay, this is why they use GTA memes, okay? This is why they make memes like this, guys, right? They're trying to, like, you know, young children, you know, 12-year-olds are at the age where a president behaving like a 12-year-old is like, oh, he's so funny and cool. Like a 12-year-old who doesn't know his history, doesn't know how nasty this fucker is. Like they look at him and think like, you know, Benny Johnson is doing that too, right? Benny Johnson, all of, you know, the primary Heritage Foundation youth influencers, whether it's Benny Johnson, the Heritage Foundation in the Trump White House, the Trump family, right? Like Barron Trump trying to get them on, you know, Rogan and Logan Paul and all that shit. And then you have Erica Kirk taking Club America into, you know, high schools, trying to get it into middle schools. They are all trying to go after the youngest kids possible and create a sense of cool and a sense of identity that we're the good guys, right? I mean, you see it. You see essentially Benny goes into environments with like middle school boys and says the Democrats are trying to cut your dick off. And like, bro, dude, nobody's trying to cut anybody's dick off. But that's the shit they're trying to do. But I will say though, I'm not going to get mad though if any of you in the audience get mad at me for harshing on Kai Trump, because I take a lot of heat on the internet, guys. Can I just show you like this one? Look at this one where I said, this was from November after a golf tournament. I said, Kai Trump officially became a Trump today. She got into something she didn't deserve to be in, only securing it because of family wealth. And then she performed far worse than everyone else at it. This is the Trump tradition, DEI and last place. And as you can see, this tweet got a lot of activity, a lot of people connected with my message. But you ready? If you look in these if you look at these things, a lot of these people are savaging me, dude. A lot of people in these replies are fucking, imagine tearing down a high school student because you suffer so severely. Dude, to down an 18-year-old kid and mock her, pathetic for a grown-ass man. Dude, there's like thousands of comments of people in here saying you fucking suck, you are a shitter. But you know what, guys? You ready? I don't care. I don't care. You can hate me, you can judge me, but fuck Kai Trump. Fuck this whole Trump family. I'm gonna mock, block, and roll every last one of them, and I don't care. I will take the heat. Go ahead. Go ahead. Fire your arrows. I get it. I think what I'm doing is probably on some level wrong, but I don't care. I'm going to be wrong, and I'm taking it to the house. To the house, baby. To the house. We're going to the house. Whoa. Let's go. Dude, let's go. All right, dude, 5 alarm. I'm here but late. Should I cut this spider on my desk in half or let it do its things? Dude, 5 alarm. Dude, you're a badass, boss. I would say let the spider do its thing, boss. Okay? Dude, I let the spider do its thing. That's what I do, guys. I let the spider do it. All right, so we had 10 on top of this, and we just got 5 more, so now we're 20 away, guys. All right, I'm going to reset the goal. We need a total of 20. She's 19, yes. She is an adult. Dude, I will say this, though. You ready? I did not attack them when they were under 18, okay? I did not. I did not attack them when they were under 18. I don't go after the fucking, I think for the most part, I don't go after like people's kids when they're not adult. I do go after adults, but I have a tendency to mostly leave people alone. It's when they throw themselves in the spotlight that, to me, that's when it's on. You know what I mean? Like if you know, if you're going to put yourself, like, I don't really go too hard on Barron because Barron doesn't put himself out in the middle of all this shit, you know? But going after minors is definitely their thing. Yes. Yes, dude. Dude, I will tell you this, though. I'm going to take some heat, guys. When word gets out that I called her horse face on video, when that video gets out, I will take some heat. I am going to have some DMs in the next couple days that are fucking nasty. I know it's coming. I get them all the time, but I'm fine with it. I know I'm a fucking degenerate. I've made peace with the fact that I'm a degenerate. Dude, let's go. All right, you ready? You ready to get the final 20, guys? Let's go. All right, thank you, Kai Trump, though. Right? Thank you. I will say this. You ready? Thank you, Kai Trump. And here's why. Because you have made yourself so distasteful that I can make content clowning you that you know, functions as a salve to collectively heal the wound that your grandpa is making. Your grandfather, the 𝗝ecie𝗶𝗽 adultering piece of trash, has created such a national wound. And you, Kai Trump, being such a fucking clown, a horse-faced clown, and having the whole world be so filled with animosity because of your sense of entitlement and your hubris, that I get to clown you and help make the whole country feel better. So for that, I say thank you. Thank you, Kai Trump. Thank you. And I get to put a target on my own back while doing it. Dude, let's go. Dude, Jason's Australian on a shrimp on a barbie. All right, Australians, tell me, in Australia, would they be upset? I know they say don't go after the kids, but fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think she cares. I'll be honest. She seems to be like as sociopathic as her grandpa, right? I think that the Trumps are mostly sociopaths, right? Dude. Oh, shit. Teal moved to Argentina? Yeah. Dude, yeah, there is something's going on with that Argentina. What's the gaslighting going on? Dude, is there some gaslighting going on? They are dangerous, guys. They are fucking sociopaths. Dude, let's go. Yeah, the Pete Buttigieg thing. I have not looked into the details of the Pete thing yet. I don't have time for it today, but we will eventually look at that. I from my understanding, somebody called in like a threat. Like somebody called in a fake like child endangerment thing or something. Isn't that what happened? Dude, Elite, let's go. Have a great stream, boss. I will, boss. Dude, love your Aussie accent, mate. Karen dudes, let's go. Dude, shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, well, let's look at Buttigieg for a little bit. All right. So we'll just let the AI tell us. They were temporarily separated from their 4-year-old twins after an anonymous caller filed a false and malicious report with CPS. Okay? So somebody called in, some MAGA person called in and filed a complaint that he was a threat to the children. And then a Michigan State police officer and a CPS worker visited the home. And the mandatory protocol is that the twins, the kids have to undergo forensic interviews without parents. Like that's part of the law. So it was somebody who knew the Michigan law, because they knew that if you get a call like that, even if it's false, the state has to investigate it. So he couldn't be alone with his children until the interviews took place. So they were at their grandparents' for 24 hours while they were being investigated. And then they quickly determined it was false. And it's kind of like a swatting that knew the Michigan law. Isn't that fucked up? Right? Because normally they wouldn't even take it serious, but it's one of those things where it's the law. If CPS calls, they have to do mandatory interviews so that way the state doesn't accidentally miss something. Like the same way, right? If you're at work, you ready for this? So check this out, guys. You want to hear a funny story? I'm going to tell you a funny story about sexual harassment. So I worked at a bar, and the door guy, who I coincidentally also bought cocaine from because he was also a drug dealer, I can't remember what happened, but at the end of a fucking pool game or something, he lost some money to me, and I smacked him on the ass. And I said, dude, good game. And I smacked him on the ass, and he was like, dude, I don't fucking like that. And so I smacked him again, right? Was it out of line? Yes, it was. But he then went to the boss and said he felt harassed. He felt SH, right? He felt like I had harassed him. So by law, you had to have a meeting if there is a harassment allegation or complaint made at work. By law, you have to have a meeting about it. So me and my manager and the door guy, who was a drug dealer, had to sit there and have a meeting about sexual harassment. And the whole time I'm like, you are a fucking asshole. This whole thing is fucking stupid. But literally, it was the law. We had to have that meeting. Dude, isn't that funny? Like, bro, it's like, and the whole time I was thinking, we should probably be having a meeting about his drug dealing. But, but I'm going to be the bigger man here. Okay? Right? Like, oh, isn't that funny? That shit is funny, bro. Dude, let's go. Political punk, you just saved a black widow. She saves you. Oh, 5 alarm. I don't know if I would have done that if there was a black widow. Why am I always getting in trouble? Dude, I'm always getting in trouble. And no, it was not a squeeze. It was not a 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Okay? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was a squeeze. Oh, dude. Dude, yeah. Isn't that funny, Duke? It's some funny shit. And what's crazy about this, though, is like I had a decent relationship with the guy, right? Eventually, he left that bar, and then he went to film school. And in fact, I feel like we, at some point down the road, became close, but it was pretty funny. Oh, shit, dude. That's funny. I mean, I've had some experiences, but I've never had a situation like that with a woman. That was my one and only harassment allegation, and it was from a 6'6", 280-pound door guy. Oh shit. Yes, no, I know you would, Anna. And of course. I mean, that's why, those things should be taken seriously. In this instance, though, he did not, in fact, feel harassed. Okay? And I knew this. He knew this. The manager knew this, but he decided to complain about it anyway. But hey, man, it's wrong. I was wrong. All right, you're not supposed to invade anybody's space like that, okay? Really? I mean, I was in the wrong. I can admit this, okay? For instance, though, it's one of those things where we sometimes do that, right? Because I'm a guy, he's a guy, we cross that line. But I was a cocktailer for an Irish pub, and a girl came up once and grabbed my nipples while I was working, and I was like, whoa, I get it that, like, you're an attractive woman, and, like, you think that because I'm a guy and I might be into you, that you coming up, it's okay for you to do that. However, I am at work, and I don't like anyone touching me sexually at work, even if it's somebody I find attractive and am into. I still am working, and I'm allowed like a personal barrier of space. So don't ever fucking do that shit to me again, you know? And like, dude, she was very attractive too, but it's just, man, I'm at work, you know? And like, if you do that shit at work, then everybody's touching you, and it's like, you know, you're, as a cocktailer, you're like moving through people, right? Yeah, I was a cocktailer. I carried a tray and it was packed, and I'm moving through people, and I was like, dude, don't fucking touch me. You know what I mean? Not when I'm working. You know, it's not the right environment. If you want to touch me, just fucking come up and tell me you want to touch me, and I'll give you my number. You can come here as soon as we're done. We can go in the bathroom and do whatever the fuck you want. You know, as soon as my shift is over, I will go in the bathroom and we can get it on. But like, dude, not while I'm fucking working, you know? I don't know, dude. That's just a weird boundary for me. Like, dude, listen to me. I dated a girl in LA. I dated a girl at a restaurant, and she used to like to fuck around in the elevator, and I didn't like it. She would want to go in the elevator and like hold it in between floors and like get naked and shit. I'm like, dude, I am working. I don't like to do this shit while I'm working. Like when we're done, if we're done with our shift, but like while I am working, I don't fucking like that shit. It's just a weird thing, man. Dude, and she would be like, you're a prude, which is funny because she was a virgin and she would call me a prude, right? And I was not a prude, but like she was gaslighting me. All right, guys, dude, 3:45, 16 away. But that's just like 16 and 3, baby. Let's go. Let's get this dance party, guys. Come on, baby. Let's go. Dude, DL, I get it. I get it. Let's go, Shelly. Professionalism. I have a tiny bit of professionalism, Shelly. A tiny bit. Dude, guys, I don't have a lot of red lines. I'll be honest with you. There's not a lot of red lines in this guy. But for me, something about like that, the sexual touching during a work shift just always felt like weird to me, which is probably a good thing. I was never going to be a harasser in the work environment, because God knows every manager I ever worked with was a fucking degenerate. Dude, but for me, while working, and again, I wouldn't mind after the shift, as soon as we're done with the shift, let's go get it. But like while we're working is just weird. It does exist to men. Absolutely. You know? Dude, old people grab your bits, just anger your body away and keep working. Hey, everybody has a different response to it. You know, everybody has differing opinions of it. But I'm like, I don't like to really mix the work and that shit. I mean, for the most part, I would always date women that I didn't work with. That was kind of a general rule of mine. There were a few occasions where I broke that, but most of my life, dude, we got 2 minutes, guys. We need 16 and 2. For most of my life, I shied away from ever, like hardly ever did I date somebody I worked with. Hardly ever. It's very rare occurrence. It's just, I like my workplace to just be a fucking separate environment. Yeah, Hinge, some of it is that societal shit where, you know, society used to, but guys, you ready for this? The societal thing is different though, because you ready? And hear me out on this. This is the thing. Nobody wants to talk about this, but so we got 16 in 1. Dude, in a strip club, though, Jay, they're even more adamant about that. Okay? Strip clubs are, like, incredibly, like, boundaries. Because boundaries, man, in those types of environment, you need even more strict boundaries. But so let me tell you this, though, guys. My thought on guys being touched, right? Like women touch guys, or a woman hooks up with a young guy and the dude's like, I wouldn't have pressed charges. But so here, there's a layer of this, because on the one hand, it's like this idea that men always like to have sex, so it's okay to cross their boundaries. But I think it's more devious than that. I think that by making it okay that, a man can't be sexually harassed, by society creating this idea that men can't be sexually harassed, right? Where, you can do that to men and it's okay because men are always up for that. But they do that, right? They do that to make preying on women allowable, okay? Because if it's okay, if the guys are just never bothered by being sexually harassed, then of course they might harass and not know because they're okay with it, right? So they've created this idea that it's okay for men because then it allows men to be predators and be like, well, when you do it to us, we don't care. So why are you having such a thing about it? The whole thing is just a con. Okay, when in fact, men are traumatized by it. But the society tried to make it seem like it's okay to do to men because then it's okay for men to do it to you because they don't know any better. And they're just like, they're fine if you do it. Like if you grab my ass, I wouldn't be mad. So why are you so mad? Right? It's all a con. It is all a con to allow men to be predators. All right, guys. So you ready? This is our last attempt at the dance party. All right, we've been like not been able to get the dance party, but we're going to try it one more time. All right, and then I'm going to go make some videos, but we're going to see if we can get it. We'll give it one more shot before we go. But yes, dude, men very much, it's more of that rape culture shit. Like our society is so devious. But yeah, I was not into that, guys. I was not into that. I had weird boundaries though. And for me, I was very much like a partier. I loved the wild side. I loved having sex and all that shit. Okay. And going to dance clubs. But I just had weird little personal boundaries. Like I remember when I first moved to Portland, I had this girlfriend and we were like super crazy. And then one night I had a night off. And like, I was just staying home to like recuperate. And she like showed up at my house at like 4 a.m, like drunk as shit, wanting to go to this after party and like trying to wake me up. I had been asleep and she's waking me up and trying to get me out of the house to go to the after party with her. And I'm like, get out of my house right now. Get out of my house. I had a night off. I'm finally getting sleep. Like, you are hammered. Like, get out of my house right now. The fuck out of my bedroom. What are you doing? Right? I had like no patience for that. Dude, I was like ready to break up with her for that because it was like, what are you doing? Like, and I mean, I get it. She's just drunk and like thinking of me and all that. But I was like, yo, dude, somebody said, and I would never accept money from Trumpy to fuck me in the ass. Dude, did I drop into a conversation here, or is that like a little bit out of, like that seems a little bit out of left field, dude, that comment right there, dude, from Fiasco. Dude, that's funny. Bro, the and at the beginning is the thing that really fucking sets it apart, dude. Do it for $3 million. Dude, I don't know, man. I gotta tell you, if Trump wanted to bone me and there were millions of dollars involved, I might actually say yes to that, dude. I mean, millions are millions, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like $1 million. Do you know how much I could set up my family for that? I might say yes to that. It's like a 2-incher. Dude, go ahead, dude. Just slide it in there, buddy. It'll probably be like 5 seconds. of fucking whatever, dude. And then I'll be able to set up my family for life. Dude, fuck it, right? You know, I'd think about it. I don't know if I'd do it, but honestly, I would think about it. Like I said, I don't have a lot of red lines, people. Okay? Dude, I don't have a lot of red lines. Oh shit, do not put that clip on the internet. Bro, I am gonna get so canceled. Dude, I mean, it's fun to think about, right? I mean, it's not fun to think about. It's funny to think about, but horrible to think about because, dude, you know he's so gross. I bet he can't even get a fucking... I bet he can't even get a chub anymore, dude. All right? I'm sure he's done. Boy, this night has... Look at what you guys have done to me. Dude, look what you've done. You made me this way. We have descended. I have hit rock bottom, guys. All right. I was wondering what sober rock bottom fucking, you know what I'm saying? I was wondering what sober rock bottom looked like. And you like that? I'm gaslighting you. Look what you did to me. You made me this way. No, I have officially hit rock bottom. This is rock bottom. Yes. So let's go. All right. This is our last attempt, guys. Last dance party attempt. We need 16, guys. We need 1-6. All right. The counter's set for 15, so we need 15 plus 1. All right. Can we do it? I think we can do it, guys. I believe we can do it. I believe in us. Let's go. Let's get it. There it is. Dude, Tommy's hit rock bottom. LOL on you, mate. Let's go. Shrimp on the bobby. Shrimp on the bobby. We need 15 more shrimp on the bobby. 14 to hit that goal and then 1 over. Let's go, dude. The micropeen. Would you take Trump's micropeen? Would you take Trump's micropeen for $2 million? Dude, that's the question everybody asks, right? Everybody's wondering. Dude, shall we? The spiral. Go democracy. Go democracy. Go. Dude, oh shit. Dude, how far have I sunk, boss? I don't know. Millions of dollars is hard. That's why, guys, this is why I think, you know, if you want to get biblical, you know, I'm not a Christian, but if you want to get biblical about money is the root of all evil, this is why. Because when you get into the high dollar amounts, people will do shit they wouldn't normally do because they know I just do this once and then I am like set and I am safe from all the shit, okay, for life. Dude, Ganba, let's go, baby. Dude, Tiana, let's go. Good to see you. You know what I mean? Because, guys, having $5 million doesn't mean you're rich or whatever. Doesn't mean you have money necessarily for the rest of your life. But what it is, though, guys, is you have safety from like the machine. Okay, when you have $5 million, there is a certain aspect of the machine, of inflation, of like losing your job, losing your house, right? You're safe from a certain type of like degradation. You may not be happy and you may still have a shitty life, but you have a certain level of safety where the capitalist gears can't eat you, okay? And when you have, you know, $1,000 in the bank, you are not safe, okay? One fucking bad move, if you have $1,000 in the bank and you could lose your house, you could end up on the street, right? When you don't have any money in the bank or you don't have any credit cards, you have a type of like capitalism is a threat where a couple things go wrong or somebody is out to get you and you can be physically and emotionally harmed to a great deal. And like, if you have $5 million, you are untouchable in many ways. And so if somebody comes up to you and says, will you do this thing? You're going to get $5 million. People are like, fuck, man, even if it breaks their moral code or even if it's potentially illegal, they're like, fuck, if I just do this one thing, I am now safe in a way that I will never be in my whole life because I don't know if I could earn $5 million. You make $100,000 a year. That's 50 years of that to make $5 million. And then after you spend that money surviving, that's not even $5 million. $5 million is like an unfathomable money. So people get offered $5 million and they do shit that they wouldn't normally do because it's like, holy shit, I can finally be safe, right? And that's what's so fucked up about money, guys. And that's why when somebody has $1 trillion in wealth, it's like, holy fucking shit. Like $1 trillion, like Elon Musk could literally, he could primary the entire fucking Congress. Guys, he could probably primary and oust almost the entire fucking Congress. And it wouldn't even put a dent in his wealth. Tommy's pretty good political propositions. I wish you put access to potable water. All right, let's go. 𝗲𝗡𝗍𝗫, my friend. Let's go, Canal. Dude, I like it. Potable water. That's a good one. Dude, Nestle's trying to fuck that up. It's tempting when that much money is on the line. It is, 𝗲𝗎. Guys, we're doing it. We're so close, guys. We need 9 and 9. 9 and 9. We need one bonus one over one, but we're getting it, dude. We're getting it. Let's go. That money, dude. That shit you do for money. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. Yeah, dude, there's like a, that's the thing about money is like, but then there's another thing that happens. Tommy, leftists, watch out. Amazing clips of Anna and Cenk saying that S for fucked Carlson is the right response. React to that. Dude, what for Carlson? Dude, let's go, Canal. Love you, boss. 8 away, guys. 8 plus 1. 8 plus 1 away. What about Anna and Cenk for saying that shit? Are they saying good shit about Tucker Carlson? Because like, and you know the other thing though, guys, is once you get a lot of money, then you worry about losing it too. Okay? Oh, go to Leftist Watch. Okay. Got you. So what I was gonna say is you'll do shit for money that you might not normally do because you want that safety. But then what happens, guys? Then once you have that safety, then you're worried about losing it. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Dude, might as well enjoy the dances now while we can. Can't imagine it continuing when I hit millions of subs and there's like 10K people in chat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. Right? But fucking A, dude. Let's go. Let's get a Paula for inspiration, guys.
Hey!
Yeah, put a link to it in Discord, boss. All right? Yeah, just throw a link to it in the Discord and we'll check it out. Dude, let's go. A lot of lottery winners go bankrupt in 5 years? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Dude, Track Apart 2.0 vote log website, Lauren Pietra, YouTube 𝗲𝗍𝗫 whistleblower vid. Yeah, dude, throw the links in Discord. All right, there's a React and Stream channel. The Discord link is down in the bottom. Dude, let's go. We're gonna do 2 for that one. Throw them in there. Right? Tonight, we're gonna secure this dance party, And then we are going to cover one more thing, dude. We got to cover the Dean Cain. Oh my God. What a loser Dean Cain is. And maybe we'll look at Megyn Kelly. I still have a backlog of like videos to make from the last handful of days. Jenk saying nobody's insulting Trump more than Tucker Carlson. I think I saw that clip, right? You love Lauren Pietra? Dude, so the thing is, I like Lauren Pietra. I do. But I swear to you guys, I watched something the other day that was like it was like a 2-minute short or whatever. And it was so clickbait. It was that Riley Gaines thing of her saying, oh, what are the pillars again? Oh, yeah, I hold these strong beliefs. But she had like clickbaited it as something else. And then she waited till the very end. It was like 2 minutes of blathering to get to this clip that we had all seen that was not at all what it was. And I watched that and I was like, I didn't watch it because I started scrolling through it and I was like, God, this is so clickbaity. And I don't know why that bothered me. I don't know. I mean, I get that people are trying to we're all trying to get our content watched, but I don't like that. I don't like that. Like we all do clickbait to a degree, but I don't like waiting till the very end like that. Ashley St. Clair did it with Luke Beasley, where they waited till the very end and then she said one line about Benny, and it's like, dude, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't fucking do that shit. I have zero, when somebody does that, I'm pretty much done with them at that point as far as consuming their content, because maybe it's just the person running their TikTok or whatever. But yeah, dude, Keith Edwards does that. Dude, Keith Edwards does it where he just has videos that are just lies. Like he'll say, oh, Trump had an affair with his secretary. And it's like he literally didn't. You know what I mean? Dude, but Ashley is hot. Ashley is hot. Dude, I will agree that Ashley is hot. Yes, I agree with that. I've always thought Ashley was hot. Sumi says, don't know if I'll be awake, but get your dance. Let's go. Dude, we're doing the dance soon, guys. We get it? Dude, I always thought Ashley was very attractive. Dude, bold. Let's go. Appreciate you, boss. All right, 3 minutes, guys. We are 5 away. 5 and 3. Down to the wire. Shrimps on the bobby. She ain't hot if she had a kid with Musk. Yeah, but I'm separating her physical hotness from her, the obvious personality. But dude, she was a right-winger, though, at the time, right? So for her, Musk was somebody she was like, oh, she was young. And dude, he's like the richest guy in the world, the rock star of the fucking new MAGA party. She probably felt so lucky to be flying around on his private jet. And then instantly, once she hung out with Musk, she was like the it girl, right? So that's very alluring when you're 20 years old. Okay? You know what I mean? I mean, it's, guys, we're all 20. Let me just tell you, okay? When I was 20, I was in a fraternity. I dated an actress who had been on Star Trek. Okay? Her name was Judith Jones, and she was very beautiful. I just saw her not too long ago. Jenny and I were watching a show, and I was like, oh my God, I dated her. Jenny's like, you're shitting me. I'm like, no, that's Judith Jones. She was on this Star Trek episode where she was part of this society that lures men by being nymphs, okay? And she was on the come up when I dated her. I was just a fucking young kid going to UCLA, and dude, we would go to restaurants up in Beverly Glen, you know what I'm saying? Up off of Mulholland, and with me on her arm, everyone in the room was like, who's that guy? Dude, it was intoxicating. When I was fucking dating her and we would go into her actor spaces, dude, I felt like really fucking special. You know what I mean? It was because everyone's like, who is that? That guy who is that? Everyone's trying to figure out who you are. Dude, so for a young right-wing girl to have Elon Musk flying around on the private jet, probably she felt like really fucking intoxicated, you know? It does a doozy. Like fame and that money and power, like really can fuck you up. Dude, we have 30 seconds, guys. 5 away. All right, dude, we're not going to get it. Holy shit. It's going to be the first night with no dance. 5 away, baby. 20 seconds. Oh, fuck, bro. All right, do we go 1 minute of overtime? We'll go 1 minute of overtime since I was talking. Dude, power corrupts. It does. Dude, let's go. Dude, Kyle Brannon. Love what you do. Thank you from a 41-year-old biracial woman in South Carolina. Oh, my God. Dude, I love South Carolina. All right, we are 4 away. 4 plus 1. We're going to do a 1 minute timer. Dude, I played in Sumter. Sumter, there's like a military base there. And so it was like a weird dance hall with like black and white checkered floor, but all the kids were military kids. Indie rock, this was, 20 some years ago, 2004. But I played a show in Sumter that was amazing. Oh my God, it was so cool. The military kids are like a breed. All right, so we needed 5 plus 1. So there we go. So now we're fucking, right? We were 4 away. No, 5. So we needed 5 total. It was 4 plus 1. All right, so we're 4 away, guys. 4 away. Thank you, Nurse Joy. But yeah, I played in Sumter. That was wild. Dude, Sumter, those kids, dude, were crazy. Military kids. Power to the people. Dude, 𝗝cie got not cash. That's all right. Not everybody's got cash. Dude, let's go. Tiana, let's go. 3 away, guys. 3 away. We're resetting the timer. Last minute. This is it. 3 away. We got this. Three. Take one more story. 2. Things will turn out all right. They always do. Let's go. 2 away, guys. Thank you, Steph. 30 seconds. 2 shrimps on the barbie. Let's go. Dude, 2 more. And Donald Trump disappears forever. Dude, the chat would be like, look at that. Dude, that's so funny. I said 2 more and Donald Trump disappears forever. And they were literally instantaneously. 2 more came up. Still awake. Here's the chat. Sumi, let's go. Dude, Ganma, let's go. Dude, we did it. Isn't that funny? Oh, shit. That is funny. All right. So look at this, guys. Guys, look at this shit. Okay. Maybe he's gone now. I hope he's gone. But so here's Trump's big fucking, America State Fair. This is a picture from today. Okay. This is today, guys. And look at this shit. These are all the state booths, like the one with the Confederate flag. There's like, I don't know, combined 100 people, maybe 150 people. They've spent millions on this thing. Of course, Trump has ruined it. But, dude, there's nobody here. It is like empty. Like, even if you look at the grass, it doesn't even look like anybody's walked on this grass. It is so broken and so like unattended because they're so despicable with it, right? But look at this, dude. Dean Cain posted this. He said, "View from atop the Ferris wheel at the Great American State Fair." Now, this is Dean Cain. This is the fucking actor, the middling actor that decided to be an ICE agent. He's a Rob Schneider wannabe. But dude, he actually posted this. Like, really? You actually posted this? That's what people were saying. I said, did somebody release some poison gas or something? Or are they all at the anti-communist rally? Dude, look at him. Dude, this is not the picture to show. And Dean says there were thousands of people there and all around DC today. Why do you wish it was empty? That seems odd, right? And then people are shredding him in here, bro. Great view. Did you take the pic? Right? Was it well attended? And he said, yep. Oh, yeah. Dude, he said tons of people, but just not sitting on the grass. It's only a partial view, right? Dude, the deflection pool. Oh, brutal. That is crazy, right? And then, dude, Adam Kinzinger said, can you believe he actually posted this? Dude, and I gotta admit, I don't want to be mean or anything, but when I looked at this, I was like, why did he post this? Right? Like, why? I mean, I guess for them, it's like, it's a big moment because I don't understand the thing. Right? I mean, or maybe I do, right? Because I guess they feel like, I guess, I don't know how, but they feel left out somehow. Right? They have an oppression complex. They feel left out. Ooh, like Happy Holidays was attacking their Merry Christmas, right? You know what I mean? Like if 𝗝𝗄𝗽𝗏 finds out that there was literature somewhere that said birthing person, she's like, oh my God, they're erasing women, right? And I know that they've created this. I know they've created the false sense of oppression, but I think in reality, and don't hate me for saying this, but in reality, I don't think it matters that they created it. They still feel yucky and icky and all this shit. And so that's why they're total pricks all the time. Like they walk around the world being asshole, Karens, oppressors, because they carry this pain that they have created for themselves by always being the goddamn victim, right? You know what I mean? It's like, Black Lives Matter, you don't have to say all lives matter because saying Black Lives Matter wasn't making a comment about any of the other lives, you fucking idiots. The same way that Zoran Mamdani talking about Islam, he's a Muslim. That doesn't take away from your Christianity. A bunch of Muslims on prayer rugs doing their shit is not affecting your Christianity. A bunch of gay people celebrating being gay because they finally got the rights to get married and it's Pride Month isn't affecting your fucking Christianity. Okay? None of this affects you. If somebody says happy holidays to you, they're just being respectful to all people. If you celebrate Christmas, Christmas is included in that. And you know what, guys? I'm going to go one up. When you say Black Lives Matter, in this country where there was enslavement and Jim Crow and segregation and redlining and there's still black men being shot unarmed by cops or being, kneeled on while they fucking die, when you say Black Lives Matter and you mean it because you see the history of this country and you want to stand with them, you are valuing all lives when you do that, okay? You know what I'm saying? You are valuing all lives by saying Black Lives Matter. That's the whole point. The whole point is all lives do matter, and our country has spent hundreds of years acting like black ones didn't. So that's why we're saying Black Lives Matter. You don't have to rebut it with some other shit, And that's what I am fucking talking about. They respond with this shit. You say Black Lives Matter and they say Blue Lives Matter, right? Talking about cops, really? You fucking idiots. You fucking self-oppressing, Karen, stupid ass, religious fucking zealot, weirdo, don't even believe your own shit motherfuckers. And now you're running around, okay? Now you're running around. You ready for this? Now you assholes are fucking, hold on, let me get this. Let me see here. Sorry to interrupt my rant, but oh shit. Now, you ready? Now these idiots are fucking doing this shit too. Hold on. There we go. Look at this shit. Look at that shit. Oh, fuck, bro. Right? Look at that. There's our fucking image from 1959 with these eggheads. Right? Now they're calling everybody communism. Fucking assholes, dude. Right? Right? Oh my God. Yeah, the kid shot by cops. Give me a break. But dude, they are such like unfucking fathomable. And what's crazy about it, guys, is all of that shit, all of that Karening and that oppression and their negativity that they spew towards all these people, all of that shit is happening because they're miserable, because they feel left out. They feel like rejected, okay? And it's crazy because they literally have everything. It's like, how can you, right? Everywhere you go, Christianity fucking gets this shit. You know what I'm saying? Christianity, everybody's wearing crosses. Every like sports person, business person, government person, they're all Christians. They're all like, you know what I'm saying? It is like the Christian is like so overwhelming. It is like a wet blanket that all of us have to live under. The oppressive fucking like wet wool feel of this like dripping Christianity. And the whole fucking time they're like, everybody's so mean to us. And it's like you, like I can't go 5 seconds without being inundated and bombarded with your supremacy and your self-righteousness and your arrogance and the fact that you think you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want whenever you want. And the law pretty much allows it. And we're like all gagging on your fucking, the stink of your Christianity. And the whole time you're making it seem like you're the ones who are being oppressed. It's like, fuck you. You know? It's so gross, dude. It is the grossest, like, self-oppressing nonsense I've ever seen in my life. It's disgusting. And now they're running around calling everybody communist. Communist. Ugh. Dude. Jesus. You know? so grody, bro. And on that, let's just look at the Megyn Kelly clip, okay? Because again, right, you know, she had a clip that I feel like is satellite to this, all right? You ready? Here she is.
And look, this has been going on for over a dozen years. Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half of you, won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to fucking Haiti. Sorry.
Dude, she's talking about Haitians and she's saying our country, we built it. Like, bro, dude, the Haitians are far closer to the people that built this country than she fucking is. Are you kidding me? Like, she didn't build shit. If it wasn't for black people, dude, she wouldn't have a fucking pot to piss in, as my mom used to say. Isn't that wild? So gnarly.
I'm thinking about our friends in Ohio who've been dealing with these TPS Haitians for years now.
Yeah, the Haitians that saved that county. That county was dying on the vine, and Haitians went and started working these jobs and brought that county back. And these fucking people are thankless, bro.
Who are drunk driving all over their towns and killing people. This is the whole cats and dogs thing. Like,
lies.
They don't want to live like Americans live. And
you mean like all the Jeffrey Epstein people lived? Flying around in helicopters to the island and raping teenage girls? Oh, that's right. Wait, Megyn, you said you don't care if Trump gets handsy with young girls 20 years ago as long as he beats up trans people for you.
This was supposed to be it was supposed to be temporary help. And it's turned into another backdoor way of allowing someone permanent residency here. And they take advantage of all of our public services and our...
Dude, isn't that gross? Guys.
And look, this has been going on for...
Guys, this is fucking a couple days ago. It's like 3 days ago, guys. All right, now, can I show you something, though? So you ready? Listen to what this boss says about his Haitian workers. That's Megyn Kelly. She's like, you're gross. You're using up all our shit. Now you want to hear a boss of a business? Okay, this is a boss who manages Haitian workers. You ready?
What started slowly, we had an application pool that was a little bit different.
People coming to work here.
People looking for jobs. What he's welding here again are welded axle components.
Jamie McGregor is the CEO of McGregor Metal, which makes welded parts for the auto and farm industries. Right now, about 10% of his workforce is Haitian, over 30 employees.
I wish I had 30 more. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They don't have a drug problem. They'll stay at their machine. They'll achieve their numbers. They are here to work. And so in general, that's a stark difference from what we're used to in our community.
Dude,
what started slow.
Isn't that crazy? This guy is like, bro, that the Haitian workers are so much better than all the American workers. And Megyn Kelly's like, you fucking, right? Isn't that fucked up, bro? That is so fucked up. That like, you know, that they're, right? And we have the president making shit up about them, about the eating the cats. Dude, they did this shit. Like growing up, man, I worked in a lot of restaurants, okay? And LA has a vibrant Hispanic community. Can I just tell you, in LA, like there's, and it's not just like Mexicans. There's Mexicans, Salvadorians, fucking Ecuadorians, people from Guatemala, Honduras. I mean, dude, Central and South America, there's just so many different flavors of Hispanic people in LA, and they're all like so different, right? But it's weird because these white right-wingers are like the dirty Mexicans. They have all this idea about Mexicans being dirty and you know, like unreliable. But like, holy fucking shit, bro. You get a job in a restaurant and it takes you like 10 minutes to realize that, oh fuck, bro. If I get to pick my busboy, dude, I am not taking the white guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to take fucking, right? I'm going to take any one of the Hispanic busboys and we're going to go rock this fucking shit and I'm going to tip him fat and keep the white busboy as far away from me as possible. Which is crazy because I remember when I started as a busboy, the fucking waiters were like, oh shit. And then they saw me work and they were like, oh shit. Like, bro, like I didn't know what to think, right? Dude, it is fucking, you know, isn't that wild? Man, I just like the Megyn Kelly shit is so dirty, bro. Right? It is so dirty. She's like, go back to Haiti. Dude, you know, can I just tell you, you ready for this? I will go out on a limb here and say that this fucking woman never once spoke to a Haitian person. You know what I'm saying? I bet she's never spoken to one, right? She's probably encountered one, but she didn't know they were Haitian because to her, every black person fucking, you know, like looks the same. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yeah. Ever worked at El Torito's in San Diego? I did not. Dude, you know, I just think that like they're good people are good people, but like, dude, she's so gross, bro. But yeah, and you know what this was about too, guys, was because Trump ended TPS, okay, and so like there had been temporary protected status for a bunch of Haitians, and part of this was Springfield, Ohio, and there were other parts of the country where a lot of businesses were they're you know weren't able to find workers. And then Haitian immigrants that were getting out of Haiti were given temporary protected status to work here and to, you know, like help us get our fucking economy in some of these, you know, rural areas on track. Because what you saw that guy say, right? This is what's crazy, is you saw that business guy, the CEO of that metal fabrication plant. And what did he say? He said they're not on drugs. Because, guys, let me tell you, as somebody who grew up in a small town and still has family there, many of the white rural people in these small towns, right, rural America, they're fucking strung out, guys, on oxycodone, Oxycontin, you know what I'm saying? They're methed out, they're drugged out, and so they can't fucking get good workers because they have... Like, they talk shit about homeless people, but you go to these rural towns, man, and they're all fucked up on drugs. So many drug problems. They're unreliable. And then the immigrants come in and save their economies by working jobs at meat packing plants and at foundries and at fucking metal fabricating plants. And then the white rural people are like, we hate the fact that these immigrants are here. And it's like the immigrants wouldn't need to be here if you weren't such lazy, drugged out pieces of shit. You know what I mean? But like, they're saving your ass and you're not even thankful. You're lazy, drugged out pieces of rural shit and you're mad at the people that are coming in and saving you. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's MAGA. Right? That is MAGA. Right? Yeah, dude. Dude, Big Pharma had a lot to do with that. You know, but again, I don't mind if you are a person struggling with a drug problem. I've been there. I am 19 years fucking sober, okay? You know what I'm saying? I am 19 years sober, and, you know, like, I get it. We all have drug problems. But what I don't like is the hypocrisy, okay? I don't like that you have a drug problem and you judge homeless people like they're druggies. I don't like that you're a closeted gay man telling, you know, openly gay people they're terrible and abominations and going to hell, you know? And like, you know what I'm saying? I will say this, though, guys. You ready? Because I lived in LA. I have toured America. I've been all over. I have played music in just about every major city in this country. I've been around. I have seen good people and bad people of all persuasions, whether Jewish, Christian, Muslim, atheist, black, white, Hispanic, of all different kinds, black, Hispanic, you know what I'm saying? Like Arabs, Persians, Armenians, you name it. Okay? Israeli people. I dated an Israeli girl. She was amazing. Right? Her name was Tali. She was hot. She was amazing. All right, whatever. I'm rambling. I have been around. I can tell you, like, the biggest fucking pricks I have ever met in my life. The biggest, most arrogant, shitty ass pricks were never the people of color. I met bad people of color and people that were pricks of all persuasions. But the worst, most just incomprehensibly despicable people were always white Christian men. Always. That were wealthy. Yes. They were religious, Christian, some Christian denomination, even if they weren't zealots, but they were Christians, they were white, and they were fucking rich. Those were always the worst of the worst. Always. Like, without a doubt. The most entitled, fucking ruthless, uncaring, just, oh, dude, it gives me the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. You know, I have known some wealthy people that were incredibly nice too, guys. I have. Not all wealthy people are shitty, okay? I know some wealthy people that are like heart of gold, you know what I mean? I know some really wealthy people that would fucking, you know, give their time and energy, which is very valuable to wealthy people, but they would give their time and energy, like beyond giving money, they would give their time and energy to people really in need because they were big-hearted and caring people, okay? So not all wealthy people are bad people, okay? But the worst people I've ever met in my life have been wealthy people, okay? Not all wealthy people are bad, but almost all of the worst, most horrible people are wealthy. Just saying, you know? Oh shit, dude. Right? Dude, I mean, guys, there's like, I don't know, wealthy there. I know a lot of wealthy, like, liberal Democrats too. And they can be ruthless and shitty as well. You know, I think wealth is hard. I think, you know, and I'm not going to make excuses for them because they have the resources to deal with the problem. But wealth and power is very corrupting. So is fame. Okay. When I was a famous gamer, it's like, you know, it's really easy to have that shit corrupt you. Okay. I mean, I was lucky. I didn't get famous until I was like 50. So I had a long established, you know, mechanism and had done a lot of healing work before I got famous. But fame is very intoxicating, and wealth and a lot of power. It's very intoxicating, and it can just change you without you even realizing you're being changed, you know, and this is why cops are so fucked up. I mean, sure, there are some terrible people that become cops, but a lot of cops were guys that went in there to be good, to do good, to fucking change the world, to really help their community. And then they get that power and then it fucks with their heads. And then they start doing things with that power And next thing you know, they are fucking like just evil. And they weren't trying to be, right? It just like, you don't know how it's going to affect you until you're in it, you know? You know what I mean? So I think it's, you know, shit. You disagree? Religion can be good. You know, there's beauty to it and there's love. I mean, you know, the thing about that though, Canal, is the thing about that you got to realize is that's not about the religion. Okay. Like believing in a moral code and having a community around the belief in being a good person, like that can of course be good. But to say that religion created that, it's like, no, it didn't. That it's like good people went in and used that tool to be good. But the religion itself, if you look at the books, they're toxic. Okay. An authoritarian singular ruler that you have to obey and submit to or be punished for eternity, that's toxic. There's nothing good about that. If you took that toxicity and you put lipstick on that pig and you made it good, then I am proud of you and that is great, but that's you. That's not the religion. That's a sign that those were good people because the religion itself is toxic. Okay? It is toxic, right? Religion can keep a lot of people away from evil? No, because they're not even being kept away from evil. They're doing shit to avoid punishment, which is another type of evil. Okay? If you are being good and you're doing it to get a reward and to avoid being thrown into hell, that's another type of evil. Okay? That's not being good. That's being manipulative and shady. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm being honest. Right? You don't want to hear it because you need to believe it's the religion. I'm telling you, no. If people are good while using religion, it's because they are good people, because they have taken something very toxic and they've made it wonderful, right? And good people can take that toxicity and make it good, but the actual religion itself, the idea of a singular authoritarian ruler that you must obey or suffer, submit and obey, or be burned eternally, that is 100% toxic. There is nothing good about that concept. It is authoritarianism. It is fascism. It is not love. It is abuse. It is gaslighting abuse. And if you take that and turn it into something wonderful because you're a good human being, like more power to you, but that does not make religion good. You could have never found religion and you could have achieved the same thing. Okay? And the same thing, but religion, I'm telling you that the Christianity itself, the concept is evil. Okay? It is evil. The concept of obey and submit the all-powerful or be damned forever. That is the definition of evil. Okay? That is literally the definition of evil, right? There is no freedom. There is no love. There is no joy in that concept. That concept is about taking power, okay? Your authoritarian God or whatever, your benevolent God has taken power over you in a profoundly unsettling and oppressive way. And if you manage to allow him to take that power over you and you do good your whole life, then you are a great person, but you have survived abuse and lived a life of like surviving abuse. And maybe you deserve a good reward from that. But you will never be able to convince me or get me to admit that the conceptual idea of a singular authoritarian ruler that is going to painfully abuse you for all of eternity, if you don't jump through some hoops, you are never going to convince me that there is anything good about that dynamic, because it's not. It's abuse. And it's the same way that kids get spanked by their parents and then they say, no, but the spanking was good for me. No, it was not. You were emotionally dysregulated. Your brain has been harmed. You have been harmed, and you should go get into therapy and deal with that harm. You are not okay. You never did anything to deserve that abuse. and you were traumatized by it. Okay? Right? You know, also patriarchal. Yes. Good morning, JP Marine. Yes. I mean, I could go into a litany of things about the slavery and the patriarchal, the women being the rib, and all of the horrors in the tales themselves. But I am just saying the concept of like somebody is above you and they rule over you and you need to obey and submit to them to avoid eternal punishment. That concept is evil incarnate, okay? And you do not need that. You do not need that to be a good person. Everybody is born with empathy. You're not born sinners. You're not born bad, and you need redemption from this toxic, abusive overlord. You are born beautiful and brilliant and filled with light and filled with love and filled with empathy and compassion. And in fact, if you never see a Bible in your life, you're going to fucking do just fine. Okay? Morality is not something that needs to be imposed. It is like people know that like hurting somebody else doesn't feel good. And when you do it, you don't feel good. It's like these things are intrinsic. The same way that you don't need to teach a spider how to spin a web. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a spider. And no people need religion to not make harm. That's untrue. That's like saying some kids need to be spanked to be good kids. That's wrong. That's abuse. That's the abuse canal. The abuse has got you convinced that some people need a toxic overlord and an abusive theology that they must adhere to out of fear, or they can't possibly be good, right? Let's go, dude. Let's go. All right, but again, if you want to believe in Christianity or those other religions, I encourage you to. I'm not going to judge you for being a Christian or a Jewish person or a Hindu or Islam or anything. I'm just telling you that monotheism is toxic, okay? The concept of monotheism is toxic, and there's no way you can practice monotheism without there being some level of self-abuse, because there is no ultimate ruler, okay? There is no ultimate power. That's the toxic thing. That's why it's tied to capitalism. That's why it's tied to supremacy, guys. You know, it is like, it's the monotheism. It's not like the God or the Allah or the Jewish book or the right? It's the concept of monotheism. Okay, like slavery, guys. Slavery is bad. Why? Because somebody owning another human being and being able to punish them for eternity if they don't like what they're doing or they're not producing enough, it's bad. It is toxic. But what you don't realize is if you're practicing monotheism, you are practicing slavery. You are enslaved to that monotheistic ruler. And if you do it wrong, he fucking whips you with eternal damnation. And so that's like, put the two together, okay? You can't undo that fact. If you are like bowing down before a ruler, you are enslaved, period, okay? And that's why all those books don't say anything bad about slavery, because those books were designed to make you okay with slavery. They were designed to make the slave owners think they were doing the right thing, and they were designed so the enslaved thought, after this hell, I'm going to have some paradise, so I'll get through it. It was created for the purpose of the enslavement that is capitalism. It is like that's it. That's the whole thing. Everything else is like you just trying to say, oh, okay, we're not enslaved. It's not really why it was made that way, but that's the whole thing, right? That's why there's eternal war in the Middle East and why there's eternal racism and supremacy here in America. If we got rid of monotheistic religion tomorrow, if it just vanished, 95% of the world's problems would disappear within a couple of years, guys. Okay? Slavery is bad. The Bible never said that. I'm ready to dance. LFG, let's go, Dio! I love you. Tax the mega churches. Let's go, JP Marine. Dude, love it. Let's go. Dude, let's fucking go, baby. I love you guys, though. If you want to believe in it, though, and it helps you become a better person, by all means. But I am not ever going to say that monotheistic religion is good, because I firmly believe that it is enslavement, and it was created to create a financial and cultural system of enslavement that we are still in, right? We are still in it, guys. We are, you know, there are vestiges all over. It's not just in the prisons. All right. All right. You ready to dance, though? Because when we dance, we're free. Even when we're in the middle of all this enslavement, when we dance, we are free, guys. Or I feel free. I feel for a moment. Let's go. Thank you, guys. And just so you know, I don't want you to think that, like, if you guys believe in it or whatever, because you know what I'm saying? If you guys believe in it, right? You don't think it's so black and white. So you think submitting to an absolute authoritarian or suffering like eternal damnation, you believe that sometimes is good. And that's okay. You're allowed to believe that. But you're never going to show me, one person who says they don't believe. And I mean, think about this, guys. Okay, think about this. Okay, you say religion keeps people out of crimes. It doesn't. It doesn't. That's like saying police deter crimes or the death penalty. No, when there's a death penalty, people still commit crimes. If you put 1,000 police in a neighborhood, crime is still going to occur. Because crime has nothing to do with threat of punishment. Threat of punishment just makes better criminals. If you punish your kids severely, they will not become better behaved. They will become better at hiding their behavior. That's it, okay? If you punish your kids severely and you discipline them severely, you have taught them to lie, to sneak, to stuff their feelings, to get away with shit. That's all you do. Punishment does nothing but create a better criminal, period, right? And there's no way around that. There's no way around that. And we like tell ourselves a lot of shit, you know? But religion, this is why so many of these religious people, look at her. She's religious, guys. And you think, oh, Megyn's just the bad one? No, dude. That's what's so crazy. When people will say to me, like, ooh, Megyn Kelly, she's a bad Christian. No, dude, Megyn Kelly is doing what the Bible taught her. This is what is in the Bible, is what Megyn Kelly is doing. Submit to us, assimilate, or get the fuck out, or we're going to punish you. You got to do what we tell you to do because we built this, right? That's what God says. I built the heaven and earth. You do what I say or eternal damnation. Megyn Kelly is behaving like fucking God, okay? That's the whole thing. If you have made it good, you have perverted what religion actually is, because this type of behavior, assimilate, submit, do what I say, I built this, or I will burn you, is literally what the fucking entire monotheistic religion is built about, okay? It is that extreme. All right, there you go. You ready? Let's go. I'm telling you, dude. I built this universe. You believe in me, obey my rules, and submit to me, or I will punish you eternally damnation, eternal fucking damnation. Right? You think that's good? Nah. There's nothing good about that. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Again, though, right? If you have a different relationship, you don't have that relationship because the religion is good, okay? Like, guys, I was sexually abused, okay? Was that sexual abuse Do you think that was a good thing? That person who took power over me? Do you think that was a good thing or a bad thing? No, taking power over somebody is a bad thing, right? But I have a relationship with my sexual abuse that made being abused wonderful, okay? I have a great life, and I have made all kinds of peace with that person who took power over me. But what I am saying is the Bible, with that individual God who created you and then is taking power over you with a potential threat of hellfire, is every bit as wicked as the person who took sexual abuse power over me as a child, okay? And that person didn't even create me. If the person who created me, if my dad who created me sexually abused me, that would be the most horrific type of abuse possible. And the thing is that's what monotheistic religion is it's a creator creating children and then threatening them with eternal damnation unless they do it right. And then convincing them that it's somehow good for them to live under that threat of eternal damnation because it's going to make you a better person because you were born a sinner and only through me can you find redemption. Yikes. Toxic, right? But if you have a relationship with that toxicity and you come out good, then amazing. I love it. I think it's great, right? But any creator threatening his creations with eternal damnation for any reason, I don't care what you do, even if you do it all wrong, all right? If I have a kid, right, and even if that kid, I do it all wrong, I give him everything perfect, and he rejects me, he steals from me, he lies to me, he abuses everything. At the end, I'm not going to fucking punish him. I'm not going to pitch him into a lake of fire. I'm going to forgive him, okay? I'm going to show him nothing but fucking compassion, even if I have to, stay away from him for life, right? Because I love him. I created him. I'm not going to fucking torture him because he did wrong. It's like his doing wrong is torture enough, you know? Yeah, toxic. It is like that, Canal. It is like that. It is absolutely like that. And again, religion was created, guys. It was created to defend slavery, to defend patriarchy, and to defend capitalism. And that's why, as soon as, capitalism, falters and cracks and the patriarchy fully cracks, you're going to see religion disappear, all right? I believe AI, down the road, religion will disappear too, the same way that, people thinking the sun were gods. Eventually, our higher mind is going to come in. Eventually, patriarchy will crack. Capitalism will crack, right? It will all crack. It may take thousands of years. But it is toxic. Yes. Unconditional love there's no punishment. All right, but now we dance. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, it's true, boss. I'm not wrong on this. I'm wrong on a lot of things, but I am not wrong on this, boss. Let's go. Dude, I'm wrong on so much, but on this, on monotheistic religion, I am fucking right. All right, here we go, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
They have a lot to say, but I don't know. Been here before. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand. Because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Let's go. Don't hate me for being against authoritarianism. I'm sorry. But I love you guys. Thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of your head. If you need that religion, you do that too. I'm going to opt out, but I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over.